Hello and welcome back to our live coverage of the Wheelchair Tennis Masters, sponsored by NEC and Uniqlo. It's semifinals Saturday here at the USTA National Campus, although we'll actually get into some finals later in the day in doubles. This morning it's all about the singles competition, the NEC singles semifinals here today on center court. And we're going to open up with an absolute outstanding men's semifinal match between Gordon Reid of Great Britain, number 3 seed here in this tournament, and Gustavo Fernandez, the number 2 seed from Argentina. It will be an absolute treat to watch these two guys perform here on center court. Second match on, Sam Schroeder, the number 1 seed in the quad division, against Andy Lapthorne in that singles semifinal. And then we make the transition into the Uniqlo doubles portion of the competition here this week as we get the women's final. The two Dutch girls, Dita de Groot and Anique van Koot, versus Momoko Otani and Zhen Zhu from China. And following that will be the pinnacle of the day, Alfie Hewitt, Gordon Reid of Great Britain versus Stefan Uday, Nico Pfeiffer of France. everyone. Welcome back to our Day 7 coverage of the Wheelchair Tennis Masters, sponsored by NEC and Uniqlo. And it is a glorious, breezy, sunshiny day here at the USTA National Campus in Lake Nona, Florida. And we are set for some great matchups here on center court today, kicking it off with a semifinal men's match between third seed Gordon Reed of Great Britain and the number 2 seed Gustavo Fernandez of Argentina. Looking at the remainder of the schedule for today, it's the quad singles semifinal between number 1 seed Sam Schroeder of the Netherlands and Andy Lapthorne, the number 5 seed from Great Britain. At the end of the day and into the afternoon, we'll transition into the Uniqlo doubles Masters portion of the tournament, as we'll have the women's final, the 2 Dutch girls Dita de Groot and Aniek van Koot taking on Momoko Otani from Japan, Zhen Zhenzhou from China. And we will top off the day with an amazing men's doubles match, the best of the best. Alfie Hewitt, Gordon Reed of Great Britain, the number 1 seeds, against their longtime rivals, Stéphane Houdet and Nico Pfeiffer of France. You do not want to miss that. We'll talk a lot about that one when we get there, but right now, it's all about Reed and Fernandez, this semifinal match. Conditions 63, cooler again. We were getting into the 70s and 80s throughout the week, but today cooler. Mostly cloudy, a little bit of sun in the sky, of course, but the wind, that's the significant one. 16 miles per hour, again blowing. Same direction it's been blowing all week at the back of Gustavo Fernandez. Player in the red shirt on center court here, just striking the ball as we get a look at Gordon Reed, the left-hander out of Great Britain, as he'll be starting off this game number 1 into the teeth of that 16-mile-per-hour wind. Reed, a 2-1 record to get here. And get a look there at the 5 sets won and 2 lost. 2 of those sets to countryman Alfie Hewitt, who came out of pool play as the number 1 and top seed in Pool A. And right there, Gustavo Fernandez, 3-0, 6 sets won, only 1 set lost. Impressive run for Fernandez, the number 2 seed and the leader out of Pool B. He's the number 1 guy here as the crossover takes place. Reed, the number 2 out of Pool B. That's how the format works here in the NEC Singles Masters portion of this competition. But right now, winner moves on and advances to the final. Loser, an impressive run, but will go home in the singles competition. A little bit about these two. Incredible, great history between these two, as it's Fernandez carrying a slight head-to-head advantage in the career head-to-heads between these two, 26 wins to Reed's 23. But some significant, more recent future, as this will be the 7th meeting for these two, this former world number 1s, with Reed holding a significant 5-1 advantage in 2021, this being the 6th meeting of these two players this year. Both players, of course, as mentioned, seeking their first ever NEC singles title. One of them will advance to the final, and one will go home. More information there on Reed. Wins against Pfeiffer and De La Puente. Lost to Hewitt. No shame in losing a 3-setter to your countryman partner, world number 2, Alfie Hewitt. He'll look to potentially win this and get some revenge if Hewitt can make his way out of the semifinal into the finals. And how did Fernandez get here? Well, wins over Houdet, a great 3-setter. Straight sets over Egbrink and Mickey. Both players in good form here at the end of the year, having had a rather arduous run to get here, starting in Tokyo, where they played each other, and it was Reed in a 3-set victory over Fernandez in this year's Paralympic competition. And both players on to the US Open immediately following Tokyo. And then both players on to Sardinia for competition at World Team Cup. And right now, the year-end event. It's a final head-to-head for these two this year. As mentioned, one of them advancing to the NEC singles final tomorrow. Players are just completing their warm-ups, hitting those last critical serves, trying to get a gauge on what that wind is doing to the toss, how their ball's going to be getting moved around, what advantages they can possibly create. It's Fernandez who has the significant power advantage. It's Reed who probably has the mobility advantage, the spinability advantage, the lefty advantage. And perhaps that's one of the things that's led to his most recent success over Fernandez here, as mentioned, holding a 5-1 most recent matchup in 2021 advantage. Warm-ups are complete. It's time to do the dance. And here it is. Gustavo Fernandez, Gordon Reed, center court, men's semifinal. It appears that it's Fernandez to start us off on his first service game of the match with the wind at his back. We'll see how the conditions play in, which player is able to utilize them to their utmost. First of 4 matches here today on center court. Men's semifinal, Gustavo Fernandez. Wasting little time, it's a first serve and a first strike by Fernandez. Backhand winner into the corner. As will be the case all day today unless conditions change. Wind aided from the Fernandez side right now. Significant. We've had some good wind throughout the week. But today, it is by far the most significant wind we've seen. So we had a massive weather change starting yesterday with the rain out of competition. But we're mostly sunny here today and very breezy as Fernandez breezes one through the baseline right there. Levels our score at 15 all. You can see the banners blowing in the back of center court right there. You get a pretty good indication of how hard the wind is blowing. Skill sets of both these players will allow them to use that to their advantage. That's going to be a flyer right there. It's been the Reed forehand that's been a noticeable weapon here throughout the tournament. Both singles and doubles have got a lot of looks at Gordon Reed here on center court. His forehand has been an impressive part of what's gotten him here so far. With as many talents as he has, I'd say the strength of that forehand so far has been the difference maker for him. Great example there as he pounds one into the forehand of Fernandez. Gives the fist pump to his camp. And now looking at a couple of break points in the early going here. You will not see anybody smoother, more fluid than Gordon Reed. You probably won't see anybody more powerful than Fernandez. Brute force versus fluidity is the matchup today here on center court. And it's the double fault that gives Reed the first break in the opening game of the match. Send the two players around the posts to get a good look at the changing conditions that each one of them will face as they now go head-to-head for a couple of games before the first official changeover in the opening set. And a first look at Gordon Reid, the lefty out of Scotland. I don't say it near as well as Kevin Simpson, or as well as Gordon might say it. You get the two of them chatting. You can hardly tell that they're actually speaking English. Entertaining nonetheless. Oof, Fernandez powering through the wind, but also powering through the baseline there. First point of the Reid game. 15-love Gordon Reid. Fernandez might want that one back. The let call by the umpire doesn't give him the return to serve winner, but he'll get plenty of looks throughout the day here as we get back to live action. On cue, gets another look. And it's the Reid forehand wide, levels the score, 15-all. Once again, it's the Reid forehand on point. Just such nice creation of spin, good shape, letting that wind just take it from there. Produce the easy winner to the forehand side of Fernandez. Probably Reid's ability to command spin off this wind-aided side is going to be a significant factor. Either spin it to finish or spin it up and push Fernandez back on the win-in-your-face side. Great serve there by Gordon Reid up the tee. No answer for Fernandez. First ace of the match, and now 40-15 for Reid with a chance to go up 2-0. Other part of the Reid game that I think this week has been one of the reasons he's gotten to this point, the serve. Going a little bit bigger, a little bit more often. It's paying dividends for him. Fernandez with the angle, Reid there. Just too good with the command of spin off the backhand this time. It's a nice winner for Reid. He kind of roars out to a two-love lead here. As strong as Fernandez is, that wind knocking down all of his typically potent shots there. Great look at the fluidity, as mentioned, of Reid in there. Reverses out deep into the back part of the court, still able to strike a winner from that location. Fernandez, love to. And there's the spin, kicking that ball up high onto the Fernandez side. Fernandez only able to come over the top and drive that ball down into the net. A little bit rushed there. More heavy top from Reid off the return. And clearly in command in the early going here, as he seems to be pretty well dialed in, and it's Fernandez. It's a little bit out of sorts in the early going here. Down a couple of games, and now quick couple of points on his second service game. Might just be taking him a little bit longer to get accustomed to the conditions. Return a serve error gives Fernandez a chance to get on the board. Settle things down here, 15-30. Busy day here on the campus, a lot of activity. A lot of kids out on the family side of the court. League players Great return there. Once again, it's Reed going big shape to a good target. Once that ball hit. Some apologies for some technical difficulties we're experiencing here in our production and live stream. On center court, you missed one game as we left you at about 3-0 for Reed, and it's game number 1 to Fernandez. But we are back live in action here on center court as the great competition between these two continues, and it's now Fernandez with a chance to serve, settle things even a little closer here in the first set, maybe get it to 3-2. Quality's been high, as you would expect from these two. Just seems to have taken Fernandez a little bit longer to get settled in this morning as Reed came out firing on all cylinders. Certainly Fernandez no stranger to the battles, so he's seemingly settled in a little bit more comfortable. Continued to deliver a barrage of blows that we often see from his side of the court. There's the great 1-2 punch. Great kick serve. Gets a little bit shorter return from Reed. Allows Fernandez just that little bit of extra time. And again, Reed hitting into the wind now. Fernandez getting a little bit better look. Pounding that forehand into the court. No answer for Reed. Quick 30 love to Fernandez. Clearly looks like Fernandez trying to employ a little bit more of a kick here in his service game instead of the oftentimes flatter first serve that he hits. Looking to go with the spin and a little bit more control. It's Reed trying to blast through the wind, but instead blasting through the baseline, and just like that, it's 3 points in a row for Fernandez. A chance for an easy hold. Get this set very much under control. Just long there on the Fernandez sky hook. Thought I was looking at Jimmy Connors or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar there. Connors' classic overhead. Or the fluid Kareem Abdul-Jabbar sky hook. Never impersonated, never replicated. Most amazing shots in all of sport. Taking his time here at 40-15 to let the big Delta jet pass by. As the second serve passes by the service line for a double fault. And it's now 40-30 Fernandez. Is in fact there. The hold by Fernandez. Reed still up 3-2, but the quick 3-0 lead erased, and now everything's settled in here. After the first 5 games. Great day of competition here on center court and elsewhere. Throughout this competition, we get a great look at some of the other matches that are up and running. Some women's semifinals Number 1 DeGroot over countrywoman Van Koot 4-1. It's Hewitt, the number 1 seed, up 5-2 over Houdet. And it's Otani from Japan, up 3-2 over countrywoman 2nd seed Yui Kamiji. That would be an impressive win. It's early going, of course, but an impressive win for Otani, who's looked strong here. She's really solidified her place in the top 5 and looking to press higher. Putting on a nice performance here in her portion of the NEC Singles Masters. You're all up to date on the outer courts as we get ready to take a look at another one of Gordon Reed's service games here, serving at 3-2. Great out wide serve there by Reed on the deuce side. Something you don't often necessarily see from the lefties, as they typically command that ad side court, but the great ones have that ability to also go wide on the deuce. Takes that ball out of the air, moves it into the open court for a clean winner and a 15-love lead. Reed utilizing every bit of the stadium court here, getting good depth as Fernandez tries to power through him. With his mobility, he's able to stay back court, continue to rip balls up with a ton of spin. Control points from that side. Fernandez typically liking to get on top of the baseline. Gonna be a little tougher today. Slight miss hit there by Reed gets things to 30-15. Wind oftentimes favors the player with the higher mobility skill, just for those little late adjustments that are necessary. Fernandez is the type of player that likes to kind of set up camp, not utilize as much mobility, just set up, hash mark center court a little bit, dictate play from there. With this win today, mobility skills of Reed might be the advantage that separates the two. Those shots landing short for Fernandez. Reed being able to easily dictate from there. Those well-struck balls by Fernandez falling into the service box, just kind of kicking up into the sweet spot of Reed. Certainly knows what to do with them. As he now serves at 40-15. And it's the backhand error by Fernandez. That gives Reed the hold and the 4-2 lead. And it's a return to serve winner by Gordon Reed. That gets him off to a nice start here in the Fernandez service game. Game number 7. This first set. as he continues to look very comfortable here in the early going. Very confident. As good as I've seen Gordon Reed in a long time, really in peak kind of condition and in form. Decides to go with the deeper volley, oftentimes utilizing the soft touch, but that one he just kind of sends a little long. Reminds himself about what amazing hands he has, and maybe should have just tried to cut that one, but Fernandez certainly would have been to the races, as that wind would have continued to push it towards him. 15 all. It's Fernandez kind of getting away with one there. Left that one a little bit center cut. One of the few real unforced errors we've seen from Reed so far today, off the backhand there or any other shot. So Fernandez will take it and move into a 30-15 position. Fernandez there, putting the big, powerful backhand on display as he blasts a winner past the outstretched forehand of Gordon Reed. And there's the position from which Fernandez likes to dictate play. That's classic Gustavo Fernandez right there, 40-15. And it's Reed with that wind advantage, getting the good deep strike there off the backhand, stretching Fernandez out, not allowing him a chance to get that ball in the strike zone. Still a point for Fernandez to move it to 4-3 Reed. Point away from 4-3. Missed opportunity there by Reed, by Fernandez, well inside the baseline. Again, just gets a little quick on that forehand, comes over the top. Clearly conditions probably having something to do with that, but nonetheless a shot Fernandez would like to have back as it now moves to deuce. Missed opportunity by Fernandez there to get the hold. Reed utilizing the slice backhand, but slices that one just wide on the deuce side and into the doubles alley. Save that one for doubles later today, Gordon, but right now it's add in for Fernandez. Another crack at holding serve here. Inching closer to the comeback. Phenomenal get by Fernandez. Is it going to be enough? Still in play, and that's going to be too much right there. Fernandez doing a better job of creating depth on his ground strokes that point, but Reed having the answer, matching Fernandez, ultimately forcing the error, forcing our score back to deuce. Great out wide serve. Fernandez tries to come back behind. Not available. Reed gets it back. Fernandez closes with the volley to the open court. Reed smiling because had Fernandez in a tough spot. Made the read on that shot right there, but then didn't do enough with this next one. Fernandez doing a great job of pushing forward, punching that ball in the open court. Third point in a row A chance for Fernandez to hold. Great power there by Fernandez, and Reed can't answer. As Fernandez flattens the forehand out into the Reed. Forehand gets him stretched out. No control on that one as it flies long. That's Fernandez with the hold, but Reed up 4-3. As advertised, a great one here on center court. These guys are not disappointing. Under the tough, blustery conditions here, both players digging in deep here. Back and forth continues. It's Reed out to an initial 3-0 lead, but Fernandez, who's won 3 out of the last 4, still trailing by 1 game, looking to get the break. Get things back on serve here. He's got the wind at his back for 2 games. We'll see if he can flip the scoreboard. Just back. Reed knowing he's got to do everything he can to power through that wind and keep that ball deep. Allows Fernandez into the court. Gonna be trouble. First point to Fernandez. His attempt to get it to 4-all. There's the big return to serve winner off the backhand side of Fernandez as he jumps out to a 30-love lead here on the Reed service game. Big first serve, big response. Fernandez in charge. Reed defending. Not enough. Backhand well past the baseline, and it's triple break point for Fernandez. As we 1 point away from 4 games all here in the first set. Well struck serve by Reed there. Just catches a little bit of the tape. First serve. Spins it instead this time. Great angle there off the backhand of Gordon Reed. Finds the sideline, gets the winner, gets on the board here in his service game. Still some work to do, down 15-40. Great look at the finish there. Gordon Reed off the backhand. Beautiful inverted. Unique to wheelchair tennis, inverted backhand. It's the miss from Fernandez now. 2 points in a row for Reed. One away from getting it to deuce after the early 40-love lead to Fernandez. Reed taking his time here, knowing kind of a critical point right here, right now. Fernandez leaving one short here. Reed not pressing the action, just looking to establish. And it's Fernandez well long off the backhand there. Gets things back to deuce. Just like in his service game as he roared out to 40-love and ultimately went back to deuce. It's now Reed who's battled back from his deficit position of love 40. It would be an impressive hold if he could do that. Certainly one that Fernandez would look back upon and say opportunity missed, but we're not done yet here. Game 8. It's the Reed blistering backhand. Catches the tape. Was not looking to go finesse with that one. And now, after 3 break chances, it's Fernandez with a 4th. Reed pays the price going to the backhand of Fernandez one too many times. Fernandez gets the look, rips the winner down the line, and we are knotted at 4-all. Opening set men's semifinals here on center court. Quick turn, quick rotation. And the ever-present fist pump, Gustavo Fernandez, as he now serves to take a lead for the first time in this opening set. Well back, opening point. The Fernandez service game at 4-all here goes to Reed. Another missed opportunity there by Fernandez as he's in a great position on the court. As mentioned, the spot that he likes to dictate from. Gets the shot he likes, gets the shot he wants. Uncharacteristically dumps it in the net, which is why he's taking a little extra time here to regain his composure. Big point here now, down love 30. Catches the tape, but Reed, no answer on the forehand side, sends it into the stands. One of our fans here on center court returns it to Fernandez as he serves 15-30. Tough time for a double fault there. Chance to get it evened up at 30-all. And instead it's Reed with 2 chances to get settled down, get a break, and get to the gold side there with the wind at his back and potentially serve it out. But the work not done here, 15-40. sudden little blip here on the Fernandez serves. That's going to be trouble. Fernandez, great speed, but now well out of position. And Reed can't deliver the lob. Sends it well long. Great fight by Gustavo Fernandez there, which is kind of one of his trademarks. Maybe as hard a worker as anybody on the tour. He was even willing to chase that one down. Not necessary. Still a break chance for Reed. And it's Reed with the backhand air into the net. Levels of at deuce. Provides Fernandez with a big relief there. Very aware of how important it is for him to get on top here. Not allow Reed to serve it out. Both players at this stage of the set wanting to play from the lead from this point forward. One of them will have a significant advantage at 5-4. Another mishit there by Reed as he just seems to kind of have lost his rhythm. Answers it with a smile on his face, stays loose. Clearly disappointed, but certainly prepared to go right back to work and attempt to get it back to deuce one more time. That's going to be long, and a big outburst there by Gustavo Fernandez as he recognizes the moment. A lot of energy there to battle back from 3-0 and now get to 5-4, a game away from set number 1. As he's won 5 out of the last 7 games. It's 5 out of the last 6 games to Fernandez. Have to go around and check the math there. De Groot, 1 set to love, up over Van Koot in women's semifinal action. And it's men's semifinal. Hewitt roaring out 6-2, 4-0, looking to close out Stefan Houdet quickly and cleanly. And it's Yui Kamiji who's battled back from an early 1-game deficit to take the first set, 6-4 over countrywoman Momoko Otani, in some great semifinal action out on the outer courts. We've got a great one here on center court. Gordon Reed serving 4 games to 5 in an attempt to stay alive here. Set number 1. Not wanting to squander that early 3-love lead. But it's been Fernandez who's been stronger over the course of the last 6 games here. Get himself a chance to take the first set. Never a lack of effort. One more ball in play by Fernandez. And ultimately it's Reed. Gordon Reed, 15 love, and just like that, it's 30 love with the Reed ace up the tee. Well placed, Well struck serve there by Gordon Reed as he is determined to get this to 5-all. Stay alive here. Set number 1. Talked about how difficult, talked the other night in the doubles, how difficult it was for players to hit overheads under these conditions. It was breezy the night that we were talking about the doubles. Breezier here today, just so difficult when you have to kind of commit, set up for the overhead. Once the hands come off the wheels, the chair stops moving, the ball keeps moving. Difficult to have, almost have to have absolutely perfect timing to execute any overheads in these conditions. And it's Fernandez who can't, so it's 40 love for Reed. Looking for an easy hold to push this to 5-all. Goes big on the second serve, gets the ace out wide, showing supreme confidence there in his service game. And it's Gordon Reed who holds in love to get us to 5-all. Impressive display by Reed there on the service game. Some big pressure serving at 4 games to 5. Pressure slightly shifting to Fernandez now. 5-all. Wind in his face. Another tough assignment there, but it's Fernandez who makes it look easy, just pulling back slightly to get enough of a look at that overhead, flattening it out straight down the line, just past the outstretched arm of Reed. Great chair skills there, great commitment to the shot, great extension. It's Reed who can't answer here on the replay. That's going to be long, and it's going to be a quick 30-love lead to Gustavo Fernandez. Who, much like Reed, would very much enjoy a rather easy service game here. It's Reed just a little bit loose there with the forehand return. Slight break in focus, just not quite crisp enough with that. Sends it well wide. Clearly disappointed there. It's now 3 chances for Fernandez to hold. Make it 2 chances as he sends the forehand into the net. Looking to finish quickly there at that 40-love point. Comfortable he's got a couple others to work with here at 40-15. Something you won't see from any other player probably in the world. But Fernandez playing that point, not reversing, but just pulling backwards after each strike. Just staying face forward, forward-facing there. Almost able-bodied approach to tennis, not reversing like the typical wheelchair player. That is his strength. If you can put it past him and he can't turn and push and get it, take his chances. But just like that, the 40-love lead that Fernandez roared out to here on his service game erased, and it's back to deuce. He wipes off the disappointment there. Been a lot of 40 loves. It's only been Reed who's made it easy, cleaned it up, and won a game at love. Right now, Fernandez Back to deuce. Be doing a better job of staying in play on the return there, but not strong enough. Just not quite finding the right recipe between aggressive and consistent. A little too soft served there for Fernandez on that return. Jumps on it, sets things up, stretches Reed out, finishes nicely on the forehand side right there. And now another chance for Fernandez to go up 6-5. And Fernandez anticipating something back behind him. Reed goes line, doesn't hit it even all that well, but Fernandez anticipating another direction. Easy winner for Reed, 40 all, back to deuce again. Great slice there, goes center right into the body. Wind continues to push that slice as it knifes through, gets on top of Fernandez quickly, forcing the error, and now a chance for Reed to break and go up 6-5. He'll get a good look here at a second serve, likely looking to be aggressive to a great location. And just misses the slice forehand return down the line, not enough on it. Good anticipation by Fernandez, rips the forehand winner up and past. Reed approaching the net. Not enough depth on that return. Reed pays. Back to deuce. Great depth there by Fernandez on the forehand. The key there to the success. Reed in a great position. Fernandez leaves it short. He'll be able to turn in and handle it and get on the offensive, but Fernandez not doing that. Setting things up with the great depth down the line. And now another chance to hold. Go to the changeover, up 6-5. Fernandez happy to let the Southwest jet this time pass by. Have a clear head. Go to work on this critical point. Fernandez goes a little off pace. It's Reed with the miss-hit winner that finds the baseline. Disrupts the rhythm of Fernandez. And now we go back to deuce. Sense here, winner of this game wins the set. Got a psychological back and forth going here. Reed knowing why. Got to do more of that return. Cannot allow Fernandez to just sit and rip. Likely an outburst from Fernandez if he can get this hold and get to 6-5. Too big off the backhand there for Fernandez. It's the error that sent us once again back to deuce. Fernandez camp over next to Fernandez, just as edgy as the player himself, knowing how important this game is now becoming here. And it's now advantage Reed with the chance to go up 6-5 as the back and forth continues. Starting to feel the pressure building here. Both players very aware of the significance of this game. Reed, ow, and it is the mobility of Reed getting one more back, the classic one more back, outstretched, leaving the ball short. Fernandez not having the answer. And Reed getting the critical game. That forehand right there, the one that Fernandez, you can clearly see, knows he needed to do more with. And it's Reed who wins the big one, goes up 6-5. Momentum advantage there. Both players take on some nutrition on the changeover, knowing that this is likely going a long way here. And we get a look at our scores out on the other courts as they continue to progress through their second sets and beyond. It's Hewitt who has completed the straight set sweep over Houdet 6-2, 6-0. It's de Groot up a set, but even in the second set, 1-all with her countrywoman Aniek van Poot. And it's Kamiji who looks like she's starting to take command of her semifinal match over countrywoman Momoko Otani up a set and 3-games-to-love. As the players exchange sides here on center court, it's Gordon Reed who will be serving for the first set. Up 6-games-to-5. It'll be Gustavo Fernandez returning with intent to get this to the tiebreaker. Easy service game for Reed on his last service game, but that was on the other side of the court. We'll see if he can replicate it here on this side. And too big from Fernandez into the corner. Well struck backhand return gets him the first point. His quest to get this to a tiebreaker. Big second serve there by Reed, but not the outcome he wants as Fernandez goes behind him hard down the line. No answer for Reed, and it's a quick 2-point advantage to Fernandez. So he looks to get a break here, force the tiebreaker. Can Reed serve his way out? Missed all the first serves here in this critical game. 0 for 3 so far. Advantage Fernandez looking at these second serves and not even having to get a swing at one there as Reed, recognizing his struggles on the serve, a little bit distracted, throws in an ill-timed double fault, and now 3 break points for Fernandez to get us to 6-all and the tiebreaker. And Reed erases one quickly with a bullet up the tee. Kind of just looked like it was one of those, hey, down love 40, why not send a rocket? Likely going to continue with that approach here. And he does, but misses this time. First serve in the net. Now a critical second serve. He's gone big on a number of second serves. We'll see what he does here. spins it, sends it long, and sends us to the breaker. 2 double faults off the service game of Reed there in that game. Much appreciated by Fernandez, as he'll serve the first point here in the tiebreaker. Neither player disappointing here, as we detailed. Potentially evenly match these two former world number ones are. Big backhand from Fernandez, finds the tape. First point to Reed. Disappointing Fernandez. Slings the ball into the court. Reed for 2 service points here. Went big on this ad side up the tee last time. Had success. Swings it. Classic lefty out wide here, but can't come up with the answer. Great return by Fernandez. Reed with the opportunity. Both players coming up short in their offensive opportunities here in the first couple of points. Error apiece. Big first serve from Reed, catches the tape. Get another good look here at a first serve, as he has continued to mix things well here, going tee and wide, keeping Fernandez off balance. Back to wide, misses. Likely the wind having a lot to do with that, as he tries to go over the higher part of the net, just getting knocked down a little bit too much. Second serve in order. We're alive. Both players a little tentative on that third point of the tiebreaker, both having earned a couple of unforced errors in the quick early part. Neither one really feeling all that confident to go all out there at point number 3. It's Fernandez who gets the error off the Reed racket and gets the slight 2-1 advantage here. He would be very much advised to get off to a big start here on this side of the court. Pad his lead potentially here. And that's a jet taking off from the airport that distracts Fernandez. Rumble of the jet in the background. You could see him just kind of glance over, wondering if one was coming overhead, but it wasn't there. The distraction was enough to send us to 2-all. Reed's there. Doesn't do enough with it. Not over yet. Does enough with that one. No, it doesn't. You'd think into the teeth of that wind, that ball would get knocked down, but there's something about that side, even when you throw a lob up, a couple has sailed long when you had thought they'd just get blown back. Very disappointed Reed. As he had Fernandez stuck at the net, just needed to execute a lob for the point in the 3-2 lead, but it's Fernandez up a point. Fernandez with the backhand return down the line, and it's 4-2 as the players will change sides here. First exchange of sides. Fernandez up 4-2 on this changeover. Just lean back into the chair, clears enough space to get that massive right arm through. Drive that backhand down the line for the easy return to serve winner. Quick sip of water and Gatorade for Fernandez. On his way to potentially getting set number one here. Long way to go here in the breaker. There's been a lot of back and forths in this match so far. Two-point deficit for Reed. One serve to go here. Hits a big one deep into the corner. Fernandez return off the forehand. Doesn't find the sideline. Four, 4-3, Fernandez. Reed employing the slice, backhand, not disrupting Fernandez enough. It's the flat Gustavo forehand down the line. Proves too much, produces the winner, and produces 5-3 for Fernandez. Attempted drop shot first we've seen of the match, not up to par. 5-4. Maybe an ill-advised time to try your first drop shot of the match. Potentially thinking he could catch Reed. But probably just too much speed for Reed there. Likely, unless that drop shot is absolutely perfect, he tracks it down. But doesn't need to. The attempt finds the net, and it's Reed serving 4-5. It's the backhand wide of the sideline, across court, that sends us to 5 points all. Tough for either player to string together a couple of points here, and that's what's needed down the stretch. Late going of this tiebreaker here in the first set. This point's going to give somebody their first look at a set point here, the opening set men's semifinal matchup. It's Fernandez who strikes big off the second serve, stretches Reed out. The reply well wide, and it is, in fact, Fernandez who will get a first look at a set point. The way this set has gone back and forth, either player getting an opportunity to close it out would be wise to take advantage of it as quickly as possible. We'll see how Fernandez plays it. Big serve up the tee. Going to get a good look at a forehand. Goes cross court, winner, and a massive outburst by Gustavo Fernandez as he secures set number one from a 3 games to love early deficit. Takes the tiebreaker 7-5. First set, Fernandez. Disappointed Gordon Reed, no doubt. Feeling like he missed an opportunity with his early 3-love lead there. And there's the dejection from Reed. As we take a break here on set 1 in center court, it's a little bit of some highlights from the action on court 2, semifinal for the women's world number 1 Dita de Groot versus countrywoman Aniek van Koot. Great look there at world number 1 Dita de Groot.
A really fun doubles partner. We play doubles together a lot, and we've learned a lot. We grew together, and yeah, she's a good doubles partner.
Better doubles partner than yours.
Aniek is very strong. She plays the ball with a lot of spin, and that's very difficult. If she gets behind it, then you need to push very hard to get to the ball.
How that she plays in every moment of the match, that she still is able to play her own game.
She really plays it with everything she's got, so when she's up, and when she's down, you'll notice as well. And I think that's also how she is besides the court. She really shows how she feels.
Great, she's always quite neutral, not too anxious, not too nervous, and I think that's a really good quality.
Definitely, Aniek is a very good, has a very good slice backhand, and that was really hard for me to control and to just play the ball back. So I've really trained on that very well.
Of course, she does that to everyone, but I'm not going to tell which ones.
Training partners, 2 doubles partners, oftentimes competitors, and that's in fact what they are this morning here as we get again another look at world number 1 Dita de Groot as she's taking on her partner, her training partner, countrywoman Aniek van Koot. She has the first set. She's up 3-2. Work to be done 4-2 now as the score updates. 30 all, 40-30. Thing is moving quickly. It's a moving target, and it's Comegee who's closed out the other semifinal in the women's. So winner of the de Groot van Koot match will meet world number 2 Yui Comegee in the final here tomorrow. As we mentioned, it's Alfie Hewitt who's secured his place in the final. 2 more matches to go. It's de Groot and van Koot, and Fernandez and Reed yet to punch their tickets into the finals tomorrow. As we regain our look at center court, nice job there by our production crew to get us a look at some other actions here out at the USTA National Campus. Kind of try to give you a little insight as to what it's like for these competitors to compete against each other, and oftentimes the case, compete with each other. We'll have an example of that later today as Reed and Hewitt will once again join forces in our final match of today as they will take on the French pairing of Stefan Houdet and Nico Pfeiffer in what will be an amazing men's doubles match. And if Reed can overcome this 1-set-to-love deficit he's up against right now, it would be Reed who would be up against his partner and countryman Alfie Hewitt. Amazing job by Gustavo Fernandez to battle back from the early 3-0 deficit. Take command of the set, take the lead, and then battle in the tiebreaker to produce the 7-6 first set. 1-set-to-love advantage. And now it'll be Fernandez starting out on the wind-aided side, and it'll be Reed in an attempt to hold in the early going here. See how well he can get his game back in order. Regain his composure, potentially force a third set. Second set, Gordon Reed to serve. Does a nice job to get on a Fernandez body there. forcing a weak return, chooses to go the swinging volley route. Misses it in the net. First point to Fernandez. And it's a double fault by Reed that sends Fernandez to a quick 2-point advantage here. Opening game of the second set. Clearly Reed a little bit disrupted. Not fully having regained his focus. And no doubt Fernandez will sense that and look to take advantage. Jump out here, potentially to an early lead in the second set, something he was not capable of doing in the first set, as it was all Reed in the early going. But when it mattered most, it was Fernandez down the stretch. And now clearly a disrupted Reed, who continues to struggle on his serve. As Fernandez has 3 break points and a second serve to look at right here. Once again, Reed going rather exceptionally big on the second serve, but it pays dividends as he gets the second serve ace. Clear leader in that department here, as he's had a number of them throughout the match, but that's not the statistic that matters most. It's the 7 behind Fernandez's name in set number 1 that matters. And now still 2 break chances for the Argentine. And there's the double fault by Reed again, staying with the aggressive posture on the second serve. Goes for the outer line, misses it ever so slightly. And it's the double fault that gives Fernandez game number 1 here in the second set. Gladly take all the gifts Gordon Reed's willing to provide him. As both players push each other hard. Typically here, any free points welcomed. Fernandez, first service game of the second set, up 1 game to love. Inside out there from Gordon Reed as he goes with the forehand to the open court. Fernandez not able to get the read correctly. First point. Reed doing a nice job with his first couple of returns here to set things up and give himself a nice little advantage in the early going here. Now, quick 2 points to Reed. He attempts to get the break back, level things at 1-1 here in the early going of set number 2. Fernandez keeping the pressure on with the first serve, but not with the forehand error. Just like the Reed service game. It's 3 quick points to the returner. 3 quick break chances. First one gone. Reed will get 2 more looks. $15.40. error from Fernandez. Quick break to each player. We're at 1-all. Big first serve by Reed. It's a ball he likes. Finishes quickly. Nice efficient first point there to Gordon Reed. His second service game here in the second set. Off to a much better start. It's a re-energized Gordon Reed here. He's looking a little bit neater, a little bit cleaner, a little bit more focused here on game number 3. And now up 30-love. Another aggressive second serve. Gets Reed in control of the point. The easy volley winner to the open court. After getting Fernandez extended, gives Reed now a chance to hold at love. Both players just mentally having to recover from the heavy load of the first set tiebreaker. Early going here, just willing to kind of get through a couple of games here until the real fight begins. And it's Reed who holds at love and sends us to the changeover, up 2-1. And I think this is where the second set will really begin, as both players just kind of needed to get this break in here. And now, full focus on what needs to be done here to either force a full set, third set for one player, Reed, or to close it out straight sets, Fernandez. And there's your updates. It's Alfie Hewitt. 2 sets to love over Houdet. Has punched his ticket into the final. Yet to be determined as to who his opponent will be tomorrow. Slight advantage to Gustavo Fernandez as he's leading 1 set to love here in this semifinal match on against Gordon Reed, but long way to go in this one. Fernandez serving at 1-2. Is in fact Adida de Groot and Yui Kamiji final tomorrow, world number 1 versus world number 2 in the women's. A quick winner by Fernandez gets us to 15-all here. Game number 4. Fernandez serving 1-2. Just missing that forehand wide. wind blowing as much as it has, it's clearly blowing our sun away here today. We're back to full clouds here over the entirety of everything you can see. Getting cooler once again. One of the biggest gusts we've seen so far this morning. But Fernandez, 30-15 here. Reed's attempt at the drop shot into the wind. Neither player able to come up with a successful one yet today. Both making the attempt from a difficult position. And with that wind beating that ball down, just tough to execute right there. Now Fernandez, 40-15. Working Reed side to side. Reed blows the backhand through the baseline. That's a quick hold for Gustavo Fernandez to level things here at 2-all in the second set. Almost get the impression that neither player was really looking to battle all that hard from the win in the face side and willing to give up a couple of games just to get to the good side for the lengthy 2-game stay and maybe then establish a little bit of separation. Fernandez back to back. Big strikes there. Gets the first point. Another big serve by Reed, but right into the barrel of that Fernandez forehand. He sends a bullet back out the other way for a clean winner and a 2-point lead here. Reed staying big and strong on the serve. Fernandez tracking it down. Not enough there though. As Reed gets on the board. 15-30. Ooh. Both shots sounded about as big as they were here. Sure, you could hear the sound coming off the Reed racket and the response from Fernandez, but it's a miss for Reed in the second serve. And there's a big frame backhand that gets us to 30-all. Fernandez just not able to find the strings on that return. He found the strings on that one, though. Getting a good look at a backhand up the tee there on the second serve. Just crushes it down the line. No response from Reed. Now, break chance for Fernandez. He'll get another look at another second serve. It's not often that he just puts these back in play. There is always big intent here. See how big Reed goes. He goes spin option into the net. Another double fault and another tough time for Gordon Reid as those double faults continue to kind of plague him in big moments here. And it's Fernandez who crosses over, up 3-2 here in the second set. Set number 1 secured via the tiebreaker. Gustavo Fernandez up 3-2, second set, serving. Gordon Reid takes a quick advantage of his wind-aided side and blisters a forehand cross court for the easy winner. Just wide there. Catches the line. In a nice position to get the break back and get things evened up at 3-all, but it's 15-all here in the Fernandez service game. And that's gonna sail long. And it's 15-30. Fernandez comes over the top of that backhand, not as much through it as necessary. Now Reid with a chance to break. 2 chances right here, 15-40. Another attempted drop, not going to do it. Again, Reid looking like he likely would have been on that anyway, but doesn't need to. And it's 3-all here. Second set, Gordon Reid to serve. Chance for him to get up for the first time here in the second set. Errant forehand return there by Fernandez gives Reid. Quick 15 love. just wide off the backhand side for Reed there. Can't catch the line. Puts us at 15 all. Slice backhand into the net by Reed there. Uncharacteristically kind of runs himself into that one, gets himself jammed up a little bit. 15-30. And Reed comfortably to the open court there for 30 all. Short ball here for Reed on the forehand. And he dumps it in the net. Tough one there for Gordon Reed. Did a great job to set that point up. Had a ball on his racket at the tee there. Just a tough unforced error there at a tough time. And Fernandez sensing a moment here where he could possibly break a serve, cross over to the wind aid side. Up 4-3, but work to do. Finds the court. Just wide on the backhand. Opportunity gone. Reed staves off the break point. Gets it to deuce. You could tell Fernandez really wanted that one right there. Didn't get it. But he gets another one. He gets another look there. Rips the forehand past Reed, and he'll have another chance to break and go up 4-3. Great share control there. Sees the opening. Delivers the shot to the open court past Reed. Great first serve by Reed. Sets things up. But it's the backhand wide there that sends Fernandez screaming into his corner. Up 4-3 now. The chance to go to the gold side, wind aided to serve and extend the lead here. 2 games away from a Masters final. You could tell Fernandez was hungry to get that break and get over to this side, serving at 4-3 there. He's got some great momentum here. Up a set, up 4-3. Gonna sit there on that side with the wind at his back for a couple of games. Make Reed pound into the wind. And pound into the wind he does with a clean forehand winner. Nice start here for Gordon Reed, as he knows a two-set, even just a two-game deficit here this late could be a problem, so he needs to answer quickly. There's the drop shot that's going to work. That one's just perfectly executed. First of 4 that we've seen. First 3 by these two. Not up to par, but that one more than makes up for it. Again, he's been looking for that opportunity, knowing that that shot is available. And it's a quick Reed advantage. And now he senses the moment. He gets the return a serve. Winner off the sideline. No answer from Fernandez. Just like that, as quickly as Fernandez got the break to go up 4-3. It's Reed. 3 chances now to even the score at 4 games all. Duplicate of where we were in the first set. Same blueprint. And it's a wide, errant backhand by Fernandez. That gives Reed the game at love. And the back and forth continues. Neither player wanting to give in. Clearly Fernandez happy to get over to that side and serve with the lead, but amazing how quickly Reed erased that. And now he serves into the wind at 4-all. Maybe more of a return to serve advantage from this side. The Reed forehand. That finds the net. Love Fernandez now. As the break points, or the return of serve points, continue to be the advantage position for both players here. The last several games, Reed having won 4 straight, and now it's Fernandez 3 straight. Advantage returner. Often the case in wheelchair tennis, but very much magnified here today. Reed rushing through this love 40 point. Just wanting to get on with it. Goes bigger on the second than he did on the first. And all of a sudden it's a burst of energy from Gordon Reed. Might be wise to keep the energy at that level throughout the remainder of this set here. Kind of seems to go through those little peaks and valleys of bursts of energy there. Noticeable difference there, but at love 40, you almost wonder if it's too little too late. But maybe he knows something we don't know, that he's got an ace out wide. And now, just as quickly as he was down 3, he's 1 point away from getting back to deuce. Fernandez tracks it down. Reed with the overhead. Fernandez with the effort, but not enough. And he does erase the break points and gets it back to deuce. Mostly with a great serving performance. Starting with the second serve at love 40. Absolutely hit a bomb. Then the ace, then the stretched out Fernandez. 3 big serves in a row from Reed, and make it 4 as he is feeling it all of a sudden. Has just put on a serving clinic here since getting down love 40. An amazing comeback this would be. But not as Fernandez has anything to say about it, as he'll likely get after this second serve here. Blows the forehand wide, and it's Reed with an amazing hold. Absolutely phenomenal performance there on the Gordon Reed serve. It's got Fernandez talking to himself and talking to his corner about how he could let that game slip away. Reed comes around with a fairly quiet smile on his face, and now he's a game away from forcing a third and final set. Really epic. Again, can't say enough there. 4 games all. Reed down love 40 on his serve. Misses his first serve. Absolutely obliterates a second serve. Get the first point and get on the board. And from that point on, ace. Almost unreturnable ace. And it's like clinic. Serious talent. A big moment there by Gordon Reed. There's your stat of the day. 6 Gordon Reed aces to 0 for Gustavo Fernandez. All right, Fernandez to serve at 4 games 5. Starts it with a double. Not exactly the way he would like to have kicked this service game off. Ball in the net by Fernandez there. Almost get the impression that he's now like, hey, missed my opportunities here. Almost resigned to the fact that Reed's gonna maybe get a break here. Force the third set. That quick as Reed finds the net on the return. Allows Fernandez to stay alive here for the moment. 15-30. just like that, what looked to be a smooth sailing, easy return game for Reed gets into another meat grinder here between the two, and it's 30 all. Fernandez back to optimistic. But it's Reed who carves one out too wide for Fernandez to have the answer. And now, 1 point away from a set for Gordon Reed. That ball wide, and we go to deuce instead. Opportunity missed by Reed there to close it out, take set number 2. Doesn't seem too concerned. Both players fully under control in the moment. Great opportunity here for Reed. Goes with the overhead. Simply pushes it down the line past Fernandez, and another set point for the Scot. Kind of just looks like he's out on a Sunday stroll, despite the fact that it's Saturday. Getting closer to Sunday in Scotland, though. Reed runs out of room, can't get enough of a backswing to complete that shot. Kind of loses his sense of where he was at on the court. Went to execute the backhand. I think he ran into the wall with the racket, and now it's deuce again. Fernandez not able to control that backhand out of the middle. And one more chance for Reed. Fernandez leaving the line open, forcing Reed to take that opportunity. He misses in the net. Once again, we go to deuce. Ball just in. Too much action off the Reed. Forehand there. No answer for Fernandez. For the fourth time here, it's Gordon Reed with a chance to take set number 2. And this time he delivers with the Fernandez backhand error, and we are going to 3 sets here on center court. Men's semifinal action. Great battle between second seed Gustavo Fernandez and the third seed Gordon Reed. Fernandez the first set in a breaker. Reed 6-4 in the second. The only live match going other than this is on court number 2, quad semifinal between Niels Vink and David Wagner, and it's Vink out to a quick 2-love lead. The other matches are complete. Hewitt into the final, Kamiji into the final, De Groot into the final. One men's semifinal yet to be determined, one quad semifinal yet to be played. The following match here on center court will be between Sam Schroeder, the number 1 seed in the quad division, against Andy Lapthorne of Great Britain. That one to follow this third set here on center court. Well, if anything, we have been treated to a good battle here. Can't ask for much more than 7-6, 6-4 from these two great players. As we go to the opening game of set number 3, we'll see if either player can create any separation. The biggest gap we've had in the match so far was the 3-love lead that Reed roared out to in set number 1, only to be erased by Fernandez, who ultimately won it in the tiebreaker. Second set, back and forth action until Reed closes it out 6-4. Now Reed to serve here, opening game of the third. Starts it with a double. New balls in play for the third set. Maybe just a little bit too lively there for Reed to control in the opening couple of serves. These players will take a couple of minutes to get used to the weight of the new fresh can. Great depth there by Fernandez. When he's been able to produce the depth, about the only time that he's been able to kind of push Reed around from that side, leaves anything short. Typically, Reed's on it. But now, quick 2-point advantage here for Fernandez, opening game of the third set. He would love to get a break to kick this thing off. When he crushes the forehand cross court. Clean winner. And now, once again, 40-love, but it was the moment there for Fernandez, who was up 40-love on the Reed serve at 4-all. Didn't convert. That was the turning point. Set number 2. As Reed put on a serving display to fight his way out of that one. But he's up against it here once again. Not the way to go about making a living. Down. Love 40 on your service games. But if anybody's showing he's capable, it's Gordon Reed. A sweet swinging lefty from Scotland. 15-40 here. And once again, from the love 40 hole, quickly erases a couple of break chances for Fernandez. Point away from getting it to deuce once again. Not this time. One too many times to the well there for Reed. Just too big a hole for him to get himself out of again. And it is Fernandez with the early break here in set number 3. Both players clearly looking to get control of this set, potentially open up a lead that would be too much for the other one to track down. Quick early advantage to Fernandez, but a slight one. 1 game to love. And it's the forehand error by Reed. It gives Fernandez the first point in his service game here. First look at the Fernandez service game in set 3. His first chance to tee off on the 4 new balls put in play to start the third set. There's the depth once again. Too much for Reed. Fernandez looking to play through Reed, through the baseline, not allowing him to get that forehand in the front court. We can potentially angle it. His gifted shots. It's Reed with the great response there down the line off the Fernandez first serve. It's 30-15. The Reed backhand well wide. That gets Fernandez 2 chances to hold and open up a 2-0 lead here in the third set. Too much off the backhand of Fernandez as he opens up the court but can't deliver to the open court. Still in control at 40-30. Reed needing a good strong return here to open up this point here. Gets it nice and deep through the middle, but can't respond with the slice, and it's Fernandez with the hold and the 2-love lead and the wind at his back. Some significant advantages here for Fernandez, but he's going to need to capitalize. Let's see if he can be the one to get out 3-0 and close out the set. Reed not able to do so in the first, as that was his advantage, but too much Fernandez down the stretch there as he won it in a breaker. But now Gordon Reed once again having to serve with his back against the wall. Great power and depth through the middle there, forcing the action. Fernandez not looking to be too aggressive with the target, decides to go deep middle. Finds the mark, forces the error from Reed. Reed continuing to look to serve his way out of things. Misses the mark there on the first one. The line is in the favor of Fernandez, and he's up 2 points there. Reed's slice not enough to deter Fernandez from going for the big forehand right here, and he finds the mark. Love 30. And Fernandez finds the other line with a backhand return to serve winner, and once again Reed in the hole Love 40 on his serve. Just too many times. How many times can he ask himself to battle back from this situation? As mentioned, not the way to make a living. Love 40 on your serve. Just about every time we mention it, it's Reed who comes up with something big in the moment. And his 7th ace of the match. He races one break point, but can he sustain this thing and get it back to deuce one more time? Continues to flirt here with disaster. And it's the shot from Fernandez that Reed is actually able to track down on what looked like a certain opportunity for a winner. Goes in the favor of Reed as he goes up and over the fully committed Fernandez head, and it's now 30-40. Once again, Reed needing something big. And once again, it's Fernandez coming up big with the forehand return to serve winner down the line. Reed leaving that first serve just a little bit too much center cut for Fernandez. And now it's Fernandez 3-0 here in the third. Just doesn't give Fernandez stretched out at all on that serve right there. He won't miss that one too often. 3-0, Gustavo Fernandez. Gustavo Fernandez up 3 games to love here in the third and decisive set. Deciding set. Everything's been decisive all day here. See how much fight Reed has, as it would be kind of now or never. Three-game lead is enough of a significant advantage for Fernandez. 4 seemingly almost certainly be too much to ask for Gordon Reed. That ball just getting pushed around by the wind there. And it's Fernandez off to a 30-love lead, and it's a much deflated Gordon Reed right now, who looks to be a little bit, I want to use the word checked out, but somewhat less engaged than he was just moments ago as we started the third set. Got into this 3-0 rather quickly, and another error by Reed kind of starts to give you the feeling that he feels like his day is quickly coming to an end. And now Fernandez 40 love to go up 4-0. And Reed just takes an absolute massive cut, almost in disgust. Sends that one well long. It is in fact an at-love hold for Fernandez, and 4 games to love. That went quickly. it's the holes there, the service game holes that Reed, whether he's put himself in those holes or if Fernandez has done enough to earn it, combination of the two. Too many games. Gordon Reed serving at love 40. Another error now, and the error is coming quickly from Reed as he speeds to the line, almost resigned to the fact that, hey, this one's over and we're just going to go through the formalities. Somehow Fernandez lets him back in the match. He'll take it, but not looking like he's really looking to dig in the heels. Against a player like Fernandez, that is tough work. But another ace from Reed out wide gets it to 15 all. Another great serve gets in on the body, ties Fernandez up. It's been a hot and cold situation for Reed here on the serve today, as he has looked at moments to be spectacular. Approaching double digits in the ace category, but a few too many double faults at some bad times. And then just a few too many return or serve winners for Fernandez. There's another one of those double faults. It's been feast or famine for Gordon Reed. As we go to 30 all. So much of that probably has to do with Fernandez, his return to serve game. Reed feeling the pressure of having to be very good in order to avoid the massive strikes off the racket of Fernandez. Prime example right there is Fernandez rips a backhand return to serve, forcing Reed to commit the backhand error. Now Fernandez a point from 5-0. And it's the mid-court forehand error from Reed that sends Fernandez to 5 loves and sends Reed scattering the balls to the back of his court. It was just moments ago that Gordon Reed fought brilliantly to get set number 2. Really here in the blink of an eye, it's Fernandez 5 love in the third. Gustavo Fernandez, number 2 seed, looking to punch his ticket into the final against Alfie Hewitt. Up 5-0 here in the third, looking to close it out. A mostly kind of dejected Gordon Reed, who's looked brilliant at moments here today. Just probably resigned to the fact that this one is about over 4 points more for Fernandez. This third set will send him to the finals against Hewitt. Fernandez right on the baseline where he likes to do his business in an attempt to finish this one up, but it's Reed with the nice clean forehand winner down the line. Tough to displace Fernandez from that position on the center hash mark. He gets to moving you around, sets up shop there. $15 all. The Fernandez double fault moves us to 15-30. The tenacity of Fernandez, getting one more ball back, staying alive here, and now in control at this point. As Reed sends the backhand long. Kind of a trademark point from Gustavo Fernandez. Fight to stay alive. Get an opening. Seize the opportunity. Force an error, produce a winner. Whatever it takes. Second serve here for Fernandez at 30 all. Fernandez coming up off the frame as Reed was rolling forward, almost willing to take his chances against the Fernandez forehand. Gets the error and gets an actual chance to get on the board here in the third. But as you can see, mostly dejected. Pushes that wide. Reed on the wheels, but doesn't find the mark. Having a laugh with the linesman to say it's just not looking like it's going to be my day here down the stretch. What do I got to do to get over the top on this guy? And there's the 1-2 punch. The out wide serve by Fernandez. The forehand winner down the line. Match point number 1 for Gustavo Fernandez. And Reed dumps the return in the net. And it's Gustavo Fernandez who roars like the lion that he is as he gets himself in to the NEC singles final against Alfie Hewitt. Quite a performance here by Fernandez today. You can see that he is very happy to have fought through that one. It was the battle in the first, the comeback, that set it all up. Reed had the answers in the second, but no answers whatsoever down the stretch and at any time in the third. Great performance and a great tournament by Gordon Reed, and we will see him later in the men's double final as he'll team up with partner Alfie Hewitt to go up against the French team of Stefan Houdet and Nico Pfeiffer. He's got some recovering to do. It's Fernandez with the enthusiasm. Well done, well played. So we get a final look here at Gustavo Fernandez and the score line, 6-0 in the third for Fernandez. Our next matchup here on center court, #1 seed in the quad division, Sam Schroeder versus Andy Lapthorne, and there it is. Hewitt versus Fernandez, the #1 and the #2 seed, going at it tomorrow in the men's final of the NEC Singles Masters. Stay with us for match #2 here on center court between Sam Schroeder and Andy Lapthorne. Live action to return to center court momentarily. We're back to live coverage here on center court as we make our way into singles semifinal number 2 here on center court between number 1 seed Sam Schroeder and Andy Lapthorne. And as they complete the coin toss, let's take a listen as to how these two players and competitors feel about one another. A couple of thoughts from Sam Schroeder and Andy Lapthorne.
Young competitor who's hungry to win more titles.
Andy is like a fighter. He doesn't really give up during matches. He's always, fighting for every single point.
The speed around the court for sure. He's one of the quickest players on the tour, and he's blistering around the court.
Well, Andy is someone who, plays from quite far back. He's always, playing long rallies. So yeah, you really have to be sure of your own game.
On the court, he's still learning. He's a young player, and he's finding his way. And off the court, just a quiet guy, keeps himself to himself. And I don't speak to him too much, but when I do, he's always nice.
He's never going to give up. And off court, he's also like a great guy to be around. He's very calm and chill, and I think that does help him on court as well.
Very tough, physical again because of his attributes and being able to move well and needing to pinpoint where you hit the ball, otherwise you get punished.
Against Andy, of course, he's a player who keeps fighting for every single point, and there's always going to be, really long matches. I need to know that I'm ready to take him on for like 2 or 3 or however many hours he's going to keep fighting for it.
And a great insight into competitors getting ready to go at it here on center court, but sharing a couple of thoughts, not giving much away there either way, but really good to hear from these players about what they think about their opponents and competitors on a regular basis. Some thoughts shared by Sam Schroeder and Andy Lapthorne as we prepare to see this quad singles semifinal. I'm Paul Walker here, now once again, joined by the master of wheelchair tennis, Jason Harnett. And we look at Andy Lapthorne there. Jason, you're familiar with him for so many years now, and this is how he got to this point in the tournament, 2-1 out of pool play. He's the number 2 in the crossover here as he'll take on Sam Schroeder, the number 1 seed. And how did Sammy Schroeder get here? Well, there it is. Wins over Wagner, Barton, Silva. Clean through in his pool play. And I would have to put him at, a favorite here today. You never know what you're going to get from Andy Lapthorne.
You never know.
You never know.
You never know. Little wind, little use of his legendary high ball action. Could be pretty disruptive to Sam.
Well, the high balls have been tough to control, though.
Tough to control.
Once they're up there, the wind is just grabbing them and throwing them all around.
Yeah. If you can figure out where you can throw it, and the wind's going to play with it a little bit, sometimes that's pretty effective. But today is pretty strong, right? It's going to be tough to control it.
Yeah, where it's been typically at the back of the Schroeder side of the court, today it's more of a crosswind, kind of blowing hard. So a little bit more difficult to predict it when it's going to a sideline, I think, than when it's going front to back.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think Andy said it well. What a great introduction that was for both of them to speak about each other, and pretty simple, right? Andy's a grinder. He works very hard. Sometimes gets pretty emotional. I think that can work for him and against him a little bit. And Sam being, as Andy said, very quiet guy and pretty thoughtful, but amazing speed. Which is, speed alone keeps the pressure on you pretty much from start to finish. So I think Andy's got a lot of work to do today.
There's the matchup. We got one match going on outside. Behind us, David Wagner versus Niels Vink. It was Vink 1 set up on David Wagner, defending champion here. And this one getting ready to get underway here on center court as we continue with the semifinal. There's the update. Vink up a set and 3-1 in the second. The outcomes from some of the other semifinals here on the outer courts. Hewitt straight sets over Houdet, and a Kamiji straight sets over Otani. Both 6-0 in the second. And we saw a 6-0 in the third on center court as Gustavo Fernandez made his way into the final against Hewitt with a 6-0 third set victory over Gordon Reed.
Interesting matchup that was.
Yeah,
I mean, always going to be a good match.
Right,
you know?
back and forth. Breaker in the first for Fernandez, 6-4 in the second for Reed. You'd think, wow, we're going to see an epic third set here, and then it just fell apart for Reed in the early going, and he never was able to recover. And I think once it got, honestly, it started at 3-0. Really, you could almost see the wind come out of Gordon Reed at 3-0, and then once it got to 4-0, it was pretty much official.
Yeah. Gustavo's relentless.
He is
the bull.
Yeah,
as we say.
El Toro.
Yeah.
Lapthorne finishing up some of his warm-up serves here today. He'll need to serve well in order to keep Schroeder off the attack. A couple of lefties going at it, so somewhat maybe negating one another there, where you're typically creating that lefty-righty advantage. It's nixed today.
I think for most people, for lefties, playing another lefty is just as odd as a righty playing a lefty. They're just, it's such a minority that when a lefty plays a lefty, it's just as strange. So it's really the spin coming off the racket on the serve is what's just subtly different. It makes it really challenging if you don't play lefties too often. But these guys have played each other quite a bit, so I think they both know what's coming. It's always interesting to see the start of a match, just to see who's bringing the stuff and focus levels, all that stuff. Pay very close attention at the beginning.
It's the 22-year-old Sam Schroeder serving first here as we kick off quad singles semifinal. We'll look at the career head-to-head with these two, and it's advantage Schroeder, 8 matchups to 3 in the favor of Lapthorne. Majority of those wins by Sam Schroeder. Well, actually, he's had the go of it, better part of it, over the last 2 years, having not lost to Lapthorne dating back to July of 2019. So the early wins to Lapthorne, and down the stretch here over the last several years, it's been all Sam Schroeder. Nice little touch there by Lapthorne, but there's an example of the Schroeder speed.
There it is.
And that would be almost a little dejecting early going.
Yeah, that's a sign right there.
That was not a
speed is there, huh?
poorly executed drop shot, and Sam cleaned it up pretty quickly.
I think Andy said it earlier. He was saying he's a young player. He's still finding his way. I think he's arrived. And I think a lot of those wins for Andy came early as Sam was kind of navigating the river, so to speak, trying to figure out how to play a little bit and get to that top level of competing. Andy was already there, but I think Sam's made the turn.
Yeah, he's got a Grand Slam under his belt. Yep. He's got a Paralympics under his belt now. I mean, these are big moments. Competing in Grand Slams, competing in your first Paralympics.
Winning a World Team Cup this year.
Yep. All those factor into, like, you know what?
It's experience, right?
Yes.
Building that library.
Been through the battles now.
Yeah.
Feel like you're battle tested. You've got a good understanding of what your competition is like. No more surprises.
No. Yeah. It's
comfortable in your skin.
Yeah, he's figured it out.
Quick hold for Schroeder.
Good serve by Andy into the body there.
Yeah, going to be wise to do a lot of that today. And
yeah.
Andy's ability to manipulate the ball should allow him to do that, especially with the crosswinds blowing.
Yeah.
Use that slice to kind of tie Schroeder
tie
up.
him up a little bit. Body serves in wheelchair tennis are so effective. I mean, I think players do well to dig balls out athletically, But I think like any tennis player, if you can get the ball away from you, you can just create so much more power, more more manipulation of the ball. The chair does make it tough to get away from it. So I think both these guys would be wise to play in on each other. And also playing at someone as fast as Sam, you try and lock him up maybe in the middle of the court and not allow him to run, because that's what he wants. He wants to be chasing because that's where he's best. So maybe you try and keep him in the middle third of the court a little bit, force him to create.
Nice job there by Andy to get deep into the Schroeder forehand. Man, gusts of wind are certainly continuing to pick up. You can feel it all around us.
Yeah, this is different today. Not only in temperature, but wind speed's way up.
From cloudy to sunny to cloudy to
Yeah.
partly cloudy to partly sunny to back to mostly cloudy. And
It's challenging, huh?
I think the wind is just wreaking havoc on on everything today here. Include the
So it does become a bit of a mental challenge, right?
Absolutely.
Who can just kind of handle the conditions. And honestly, conditions like this with Annie's manipulation might benefit him a little bit.
Yeah, clean playing surface might be.
Yeah, it's a little quick.
Better to Schroeder. But
Yeah.
here with this little ugly conditions, maybe a little bit of ugly tennis might be on tap for today.
Yeah.
Just the thing that he needs to disrupt a clean striker like Schroeder. It's 3 quick chances here. Make it 2.
Good return there.
For Lapthorne to hold serve. 40-15. Continuing to hover there at the tee, take his chances.
Once you're in, you're in.
Schroeder calmly takes care of that one.
Yeah, it's tricky.
Double fault there by Lapthorne. Gets us back to deuce. A quick 40-love lead there.
So it's like
opportunities you don't want to squander.
Yeah,
early
you start,
going.
when you're serving out here, you're just trying to decide, what do I do with my toss? Do I drop it, try and keep it out of the wind? Do I wait for that lull, that little bit of drop off from the wind to try and make it a little more consistent? It's really tough. Gusty is tough. Wind going in one direction consistently can work with that.
Forehand error there by Lapthorne. And now it's a quick chance for Schroeder to get a break. And double-double.
Yeah, that hurts. Having a 40-love lead and just coming off the rails a little bit early here. Needs to settle down and get to work.
Yeah, don't want to let this one slip away early here, and early opportunities like that to hold. You're up 40-love. Don't take advantage of that. It just continues to embolden a kid like Schroeder. Be like, sheesh, I can come back from 40-love as well.
Yeah.
Oh, man. No response there from Lapthorne on the return.
tall task. You know, when you have a fast player like this, you've got to try and slow him down and try and, you know, if you look at it like a race, you got to be able to stay with him. You're not going to be able to get out in front of him maybe right now, but you got to stay close. So if the opportunity arises, you have a chance.
Well executed by Schroeder, sets it up, goes to the open. Does a nice job of tracking it down, but can't do enough with it. Schroeder gets the easy forehand winner.
Just a little overplayed there.
Trying to stay aggressive as he's going to need to be, but he's going to need to find the marks. It's a quick 40 love to Sam Schroeder. Potentially here, a quick 3-0. Ball there by Andy. Yep, nice and controlled.
Up on top of the baseline, huh?
Doesn't need to overplay there. Just use his spin, get it to some good depth, good location. Let it take care of itself. Schroeder still in charge here.
You know, kids walking around.
Having a good time.
Having a good time.
Young lad, just
unaware.
in his own world. Somebody set that kid down.
We have kids, we understand. They don't listen.
Well, he's just unaware.
He's just unaware.
Innocence of youth there.
Yeah, no doubt about
but
it.
and distraction for Andy. So it's Schroeder 3-love. Opening going here. First set, quads, semifinals. Quick update out on court number 2, the only other live match we've got going on the campus. Right now it's Niels Vink up a set, 5-2 over David Wagner, as he looks to close that out in straight sets and then take on the winner of this match here in center court.
It's a Dutch wave, Paul. Oof. A lot of orange.
Yeah.
A lot of orange between these two courts.
Likelihood is high, and certainly in the early going you get the impression that Schroeder's up to the task today. He didn't come out nervous, didn't come out off or anything like that. It's going to be a long grind here for Andy Lapthorne to claw his way back in. But we've talked about it, those two young fellas, bright future here in the quad division at the age of 22 and 18 respectively. Schroeder being the old man at 22.
It's incredible. I mean, if you really look forward at the growth, you know, in the Grand Slams, growth of the tour, growth of prize money, growth of everything. I mean, what a time to be
Great
a wheelchair
serve by
tennis
Andy
player.
there.
Yeah, what a time to be a wheelchair tennis player. And these young men are going to benefit from the years and decades of work that so many came before to make this all possible. And that's what it was for. That's all the work was for, all this.
Andy again trying the
not
drop
moving.
shot.
Gotta be moving in a little better position, right? Yeah, I saw it.
We saw, about 4 or 5 drop shots attempted between Fernandez and Reed, and it was only Reed ultimately was able to execute one really good one. The conditions, as much as they would seem like they're perfect for it, just have to be so good.
And as fast as Gustavo is, you know if you don't hit it just right, you're going to get punished. Good serve there out wide.
Lapthorne off to another good start here. Didn't capitalize on the last good start of his service game, having squandered the 40-love lead, now 40-15.
Service game right there.
Well back, yeah. Much needed hold by Andy Lapthorne there to get on the board. Maybe.
Serving game he wanted in the last serving game. But important, get on the board, settle in here, and try and put a little pressure on the Schroeder serve. That's the key is, right? Making the server feel as though they can't be comfortable. You're going to try and disrupt them a little bit. I think for any of us tennis players, we're trying to make it tough. Tough on people as far as comfort, right? You want to disrupt. Something we talk to our players about in our high performance program is just trying to, bring discomfort. I don't know how else to say it. You just don't want people to feel like they can just roll up on a ball and hit it. It's going to be a little bit of that, but if you keep it kind of neutral,
and being uncomfortable comes from fear, typically.
Yeah, that's right.
And so there has to be a weapon or multiple weapons that they fear. In other words, don't go to the forehand, or they're so fast, or they fear your speed, they fear your slice, they fear your top, your serve, any number of
mental toughness. They don't go away.
They don't go away. All these things. And if there's no fear factor, then the uncomfortable's not likely going to happen. Then it's all self-induced if it comes at all.
Yeah, that's right. And fear with respect. What about my game do you respect or not respect? And do I show enough of it to bring that fear? It's all part of the formula.
Quick, Sam.
Yeah, it's just not going to be enough, huh?
No, that is not going to be a strategy I think Andy's going to be able to employ today.
I don't think from that deep.
No.
Just in this wind, it's so unpredictable. It's going to sit up, and that's just going to give Sam time.
Going to be on a short ball, potentially. Andy looks like he's going to come in and attack.
Yeah,
Sam's
dumps
digging. That's about the only time. From there.
Yeah, from behind the baseline. It's going to be tough.
Oftentimes that drop shot is a bit of a bailout shot that players just use to say, I just want out of the situation.
Yeah, that's right. And you can tell when that happens. I want out.
4-1 Schroeder here, opening set, quad singles semifinal.
All right, 1-4, Andy Lapthorne serving here, trying to find his way back into this. We need a lot of first serves. We need a lot of missed returns like that. Good body serve there. But he's got to string some points together here, try and get some sort of momentum and disrupt Sam a little bit. Sam seems to be just having a little bit too easy of a time. Trying to make it a little more challenging here from Andy. It's tough.
Real short backswing there, just kind of accelerates through, nice and clean. Runs it off the sideline.
He's figured out what he's good at, and he just stays there. He doesn't do things that he shouldn't be trying. And that's a sign of a really mature player, that he just stays within himself. And what happens is guys like Andy, who are typically pretty steady and so forth, they've got to figure out a way to beat Sam, because just hitting with him is not going to do it. Sam's going to find the open court
and not erratic enough to beat himself.
No,
typically.
not erratic at all, right?
No, not at all. Yeah, has cleaned that up and has gone through that process.
Yeah. It's just his chair positioning. When you watch someone play, you just watch, do they ever make bad turns? Are they able to not find space? Oh, great speed there. Jeez. Even though he didn't get to it, I was like, wow. Look at that.
Again, puts forth the effort to send the signal to.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you just said it, right?
I know you like that one.
I love that. I call that a second effort, where you almost know you're not going to get to it, but you just go anyway, and you go hard, and you let the person know I'm not going to go for it.
See, there you go. Give him a chance to make a mistake. And 2 games there for Latvorn. Still 2-game advantage for Schroeder.
A little bit of a loose game from Sam there.
A little bit.
Yeah. And I think as an opponent, you see that, go, okay, he's up 4-1, he's pretty comfortable, but he throws that game, pretty quick away. Now we'll see if Andy comes after him a little bit. Take the intensity up a little bit.
Going high on this one. There's
wind.
Way too short.
Yeah, that wind took it.
Really disappointed with himself there.
Ball. Oh, wind's not going to help that. No way.
That moved about 30 feet. Started in the center of the court and ended up 10 feet
in
wide.
the doubles alley on the deuce side and went wide on the ad side. Goodness sakes. Yeah. Sometimes a wind, you can play a side of the court and work it, but
there's a good indicator there as the palm fronds are blowing up above.
Yeah.
Get to see them ripping in the wind today, and certainly the flags. Talked a lot about it. Certainly a good visual to confirm it. And a big forehand from Sam Schroeder there.
Deep in the corner there. Oof. Just hit through the wind. Boy, that speed is something to be said. I mean, Andy hit a really good ball there. Just maybe didn't recover as fast as he should have, but boy, Sam gets on that ball quick.
The air there.
Has him deep. Be something to pay attention to if you can keep him deep.
Yeah, pressing the action, maybe thinking at least almost like you're eliminating the lob today, because it's so hard once you get the ball up. So you're like, all right, he's got to make a pass. Not that Sam's not capable, but you at least eliminate one of those options up and over potentially. Tough to control that ball once it gets up.
Yeah. I don't think Sam's lost a point inside the baseline yet.
It's a good place to be. Yeah, real calm, real patient there. Forces Andy to commit. Again, that short backswing allows him to just hold.
And the opponent's got to commit one way or the other, and then you go the other way.
Really dying to do my best with William Wallace right there.
Hold. Yeah.
Probably would have done it if Gordon Reed was playing. A lot of respect for the Scot.
For the Scots.
That's going to fly.
No.
And that's going to be 5-2 for Sam Schroeder here. Early go into the first set. Quad singles semifinal. Winner of this one to play Niels Vink, who's completed a straight set victory over David Wagner in the other semifinal. Sam Schroeder up 5-2.
All right, Andy Lapthorne serving to stay in it here this first set, 2-5. Missed first serve there. First serve percentage is so important. Keep the pressure on the returner.
Nope, that drop shot just, and that's now what, the third attempt?
Yeah, it was kind of a half-hearted attempt, kind of like you said earlier, just kind of took a
Bail
stab at it, bail out. Way too far away from him to get much on the ball. Maybe letting this set go. Maybe try and refocus at the start of the second. Good serve there. Another good body serve there.
Yeah, Schroeder strong off the ground there, kind of answering the aggressive attempt by Lapthorne, and Schroeder finding the line there.
Challenging Andy's backhand side, just trying to force him to go back 2 or 3 times in a row, and I think eventually he's going to get him. Not sure what Andy can do about that. Maybe try and go a little bigger, a little higher into the wind is the challenge. Another good serve, another good return. Wow, that stayed in. If you folks at home could see how windy it is here, it is amazingly challenging conditions right now for both players. I feel like Sam's kind of hitting through the wind a little bit.
Oh. And there it is. First set, Sam Schroeder, 6-2. Not much for Andy to do there in that first set. He's going to have to regroup and get on a new game plan here to start the second pretty quickly. He's been playing some great tennis throughout most of this tournament here. One of the interviews we had with him several days ago kind of expressed some thoughts like he felt like he really had started to find his game.
Yep.
And, it was very encouraging. But right now,
he's going to
down a set.
He's going to find his game right now.
He's going to find his game right now.
He's taking
Why
a little
not?
break.
Why
Yeah,
not?
just mentally sometimes, and yeah, maybe he has to use the toilet, of course. But this is a time to maybe clear his head and maybe come back with a little different strategy. Hard to know how to play Sam today. I mean, Sam doesn't seem to be bothered by the wind at all, to be honest. And with his speed, he can adjust to just about any conditions, anything. So, tall task in front of Andy here. get back into this match.
Upon completion of this match, we'll have women's doubles final here on center court. That'll be between the Dutch pairing of Dita de Groot and Aniek van Koot versus the pairing of Momoko Otani from Japan and Zhenzhen Zhu from China. And then the big one. There it is. There's our look at the upcoming match. We're into match number 2 here, semifinal, quad. As mentioned, women's double final next, and then the big one. The Brits versus the French. How many wars those guys fought? Those guys and those countries. Historically.
We could go there. Got to drop the military card, don't you? Yeah, I mean...
They've gone after it a few times.
Yeah, I would say
this. Historically speaking. And
together, of course.
Oh, that's true, of course. Allies
as well. But these 4 guys, I mean, it's... I mean, we can both reflect upon, past couple Paralympic games, Tokyo and Rio. I mean, just insane matches. I mean, insane quality. Dynamics are a little different from both sides. But, doubles is just so... I don't know, from a spectator standpoint, it's so much fun to watch because it's so hard to get a ball through the court. So the points tend to be a little longer. The shot making is a little more aggressive, and the camaraderie, it's just, it's really enjoyable. So, and these 4, I mean, I can't think of a better matchup I've ever seen, historically speaking, where you look forward to, two teams playing against one another. But man, these 4 guys always seem to bring it. So, should be amazing.
Seldom, if ever, disappoint.
No.
Seldom. I mean, you just don't get a clunker from those guys. You
no
don't
2
go,
and 2s.
You're expecting a great match, and all of a sudden, yeah, that wasn't that good.
No.
It just doesn't happen. And
it
so,
doesn't happen.
Looking forward to tonight, this afternoon, later this afternoon or this evening, when those guys will go at it one more time.
Yeah. It'll be good. All right, start of the second set, Paul. It's kind of a watershed moment for Andy it's really important he starts well this second. Otherwise,
could slip away.
Sam's going to make it real tough on him. He's going to squeeze him. We'll see how much fight Andy has in him. First game's a big one.
Semi on the in-between bounce there.
Good serve. Looked like he got the ball he wanted. I just didn't really...
Yeah, wiser to sit back and get that one on 2 or really roar in to get it on 1. That
Yeah.
tweener's always the toughest. Strong. Good reply by Andy there.
That's just too good.
Yep. Sam reads Andy having to dig hard for the open court. Goes behind him. Just too strong.
Something that's changed over the years in the sport is the use of the width of the court. Sport used to be played so vertically, north to south, just great ball striking, but just long points. And now the use of running a ball through a single sideline is so commonplace.
The evolution of the chairs and how they respond so much better, the strength of the players, more adherence to a strength and conditioning program, which means better pushing, which means it's tougher to get through the sideline.
Yeah.
So you have to execute, as you've talked about, to be able to open up opportunities.
Yeah.
Quick little toe hold here by Andy Lapthorne. Schroeder serving at 15-30.
depth, huh?
Yep.
Draws errors.
Lapthorn. A little bit frustrated at that one, knowing that, again, some of these opportunities, as you get little sniffs at it,
Yeah, fewer and
capitalize
fewer.
on every one of them.
That's right.
It's almost, that's how small his margin is right now. It's like every chance I get, I need it. Not like, yeah, I'll be nice, I'll be fine. But
Yeah.
the need category is tough to do.
I think that was actually a pretty good choice. I don't think Sam was looking for that. But the risk to reward, we're now down a game point.
And we're back to deuce.
As I said before, we'll see if the first game sets the standard for this set. We always talk about that first game following a set, how important it is to set the tone, to set pace, level of fight. Becomes a really important game. Start expending energy like these guys are right now. Yeah, frustrating miss there. He did see where he wanted to go and he went the other way with it and made an error. Game point for Sam Schroeder. Turn there. Good fight there from Andy. As you get deeper into these games that start going longer and longer, you start to realize, you know, you're aware of how much energy you're expending, and if you drop the game, it's pretty deflating. If you get it, it can be really energizing, and the energy can be carried into the next couple games. That's tough. Sam is really challenging Andy's mobility right now. Going back behind him hard and deep, forcing Andy to turn back and have to do something with the ball almost immediately. And that's the discomfort I was talking about earlier, trying to make your opponent comfortable. Andy thought the ball might have caught, had a good return out of it. Chair umpire Scott Albin called it long. It's a good serve, good second serve. First game, second set. A lot of energy expended there. I know Andy's thinking about that right now. Had some chances and just didn't quite capitalize on a couple shorter balls. And again, I look at the energy of Sam coming around the net post there. He's up. And I know Andy sees that. It's amazing as players how much you see. You see everything. And if your opponent's pumped up, it's got the energy, or they're deflated the other way, you see it and you're aware of it. And it affects you. It's a good ball right there. consistency by Andy there, keeping it higher and deeper, keeping Sam off the baseline. I think with Sam's speed, he just defends so well that you feel like you can't get the ball through the court, and you're going to have to hit another ball. And that's where you start to see drop shots. You start to see higher risk shot selection because you feel you have to. You don't have an alternative. Yeah, tough miss right there. You know, again, as coaches, we talk about, really taking care of the ball that comes back to you up the middle. It's a ball that's typically extremely manageable. And so if you make a loose error like that there, it just hurts, right? You just get such a good look at a ball, you don't do anything with it. Worse than doing anything with it, you make an error. Good ball there. Good point there from Andy. Good patience there, but it's pretty evident Sam's trying to lock Andy into that deuce side, keep him there. I don't know if he's trying to avoid allowing Andy to hit too many forehands. If Andy wants a forehand, he's going to have to work very hard to get in a fairly awkward position to hit a forehand from that deuce side. So it might be something Sam had in mind all along.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Now, as he gets looks at these guys more and more and more, and the game plan becomes more kind of locked in.
It's just at the top here, there's so few guys. It's just they play each other so often. They just know how to play one another. They know what their likes and dislikes, and it doesn't change very much. And then it comes down to executing, having a good game plan, but being able to execute that game plan.
Speaking of playing each other, talk to opening round match here on day number 1. It was Gustavo Fernandez versus. Let this point unfold there, and it's the Schroeder. Like, wait, what?
He's a little and it's flummoxed at that miss.
Yeah, game to Lapthorne, and then we get it to 1-1 here. Quick little chuckle by Sam, knowing. But it was Fernandez, and the post-match interview revealed to him that was their 50th meeting head-to-head.
50 times.
Goodness. He's like, oh, what's the status? Fernandez says, what's the number? What's the number? I was like, happy to report, Gustavo, you're up 28-22. He was very enthusiastic about that.
Boy, oh boy. Pretty evenly matched when you see that stat.
Just long there by Lapthorne. Good swing, just not able to get the line. Not quite Martin Legner and Tadeusz Puszlnicki level.
The combined age
matchups.
Combined age of 114 years of age.
Having played each other,
it's
302 times. I mean, it's a stupid big number, and another error there by Lapthorne. Just mentioning a couple of the great men's players, stalwarts, long-time players that just have these career head-to-heads that are just like, well, I guess I'll see you next week.
Yeah.
Especially your couple of Europeans who are going to play all the European tournaments.
That's right.
Back in the early days when there weren't as many, so you're going to go to all the ones you can get to, both trying to ascend to the top of the rankings, and ultimately you're playing each other every week in the semi, every week in the final.
Yeah. They're on their own separate tour.
And you play for 20 years.
Yep.
Next thing you know, you've accumulated quite a...
I wonder at what point they started talking to each other and figuring out, man, we've played each other hundreds of times. It's incredible. Again, working that Lapthorn backhand over a little bit. Well, got a little disruption going here with Sam. He's not real happy with maybe movement, shot selection, energy. Maybe Andy senses an opportunity here to play ahead for once.
Do a quick little research on the ITF head-to-head page, and their head-to-head's not as many as I had thought.
Just sheer massive matches. Is
46 wins for Tadeusz and 27 for Martin. But Martin
Wow.
Leitner, the Austrian, a career 1,311 wins
yeah,
on the
jeez.
tour. 1,300 and 556 losses, so a combined 1,800 plus matches. That's
Wow.
just singles.
It hurts hearing that number.
I think I
of that.
spoke with him at World Team Cup, and he's approaching close to 4,000 combined matches.
Singles and doubles.
Singles and doubles, correct. 40,000.
It's a great shot there.
Nice response by Schroeder, too. And there we go. Lapthorn lets out a roar.
No doubt the coaching
Great,
boxes.
enthusiastic
Yeah.
response from the coaching staff.
Again, another game. We're spending a lot of energy. Very much like the first game. Great serve.
That's going to
Yeah, it's
fly
gonna fly a little
long.
bit.
Thorne with a little bit of momentum here as he get out ahead here. Great shot of Team GB there in the stands. Team coaches,
Locked in.
physios. Lapthorn with a break chance. Go up 2-1, up for the first time here in this match.
Great serve.
Nope.
Serve is wide. Blocked by the umbrella.
Which I'm not sure needs to be up today anymore.
No.
Probably could go ahead and dispense with those. And he's there comfortably and executes. Gets the break.
Wow, what an important game for him to get. Just trying to get his teeth into this thing. Go up 2-1. Again, expended a lot of energy and got it. Got that game.
Well, not really much of an option if you want to get in this
No.
fight. You know?
You go down 2-1, down 3-love. It's uphill battle.
Probably be, as mentioned, calm, quiet,
Yep.
mostly cool-headed Sam Schroeder here. Maybe let Andy make his little run here. Just needing to kind of stay with him a little bit. Not let him extend it out much. Hopefully settle things back down.
Then when I look at the scoreboard, I see Sam is up a set, so
Yeah.
I would probably feel all right about it right now. No panicking, no real anxiety. Just back to work.
Players forget that sometimes. You're like, you get so caught up in the moment of the set,
Yep.
and you forget, hey, wait a second. I'm the one that won this, won the first set, so let's relax here.
Yeah.
Go to work.
Settle down.
Andy Lapthorn, pretty jacked up right now. You can kind of tell energy's flowing.
Yep.
See if he can keep it there or any little chinks. Great shot there on the line, looking pretty smooth and comfortable.
Don't forget, Andy's a Grand Slam champion. He understands how to win. But he can be a little streaky, and maybe Sam knows that maybe he'll come off this high level right now. But again, Andy's also shown moments of long streaks of really good play. So maybe we're slipping into something like that.
Yeah, it's really Sam. Sam who's kind of been producing the unforced errors. It's Andy that's settled in a little bit, more balls in play. Oh, the underhand attempt there. Seen a number of those attempts from Andy throughout the tournament. Haven't really had any major impact.
Yeah, it's trying to, a little disruption, something different.
I wonder
It's a
if
good
that
return.
kind of ignites a fire in your opponent, though, a little bit. Like, oftentimes that serve is considered a little bit of a disrespectful
Can be.
approach to things.
Yeah.
Maybe that fires Sam up a little bit, like, really? Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, that can be interpreted that way. I do think most players do it in more of a disruptive way.
And since the attempt, it's 2 great strikes by Schroeder. And the
Maybe it did irritate him a little bit. Take a couple big cuts.
It's kind of like you almost like you get your opponent. It's like, you've got my attention now. You know what? Oh, okay, that's an interesting way to get my attention, and you have it right now. The last 2 return of serves, and now 3. That's gonna be just wide. Would have been effective had it made it.
You know, it's interesting you say that. You know, that it got his attention. I don't think he wanted Sam's attention at that moment, right? He was kind of up.
That was
Sam
not the time
looped,
for it.
and now you kind of snapped him back into focus here, and look what's happened.
Yeah, you
You lost your momentum here.
poke the bear, so to
A
speak.
little bit.
You know, Sam had just come off a return to serve error, and kind of didn't really seem to make much sense at the time. Now Andy's the one that's disrupted, and
Yep. A little tight there. Good serve. Just got it in on Sam just enough.
and that's that one spot probably among few that Schroeder can be exploited a little bit
Yeah.
low to that backhand side, especially if it's coming in with a little bit of pace. Tough for him to get that thing elevated and down again.
Yeah.
It's a good ball. Nice response by Lapthorne. That's going to be out of the park.
Definitely misplayed there.
Yeah, and Sammy not quite commanding any spin on that. I think that was the attempt there, is to kind of rip up a forehand with some spin, and didn't get the spin.
Good return. A lot of pressure.
As big as that 2-1 game was to get Lapthorne up 2-1, this might be equally. Sammy gets back here 2-all after Andy had a crack at it.
Another good return, yeah.
Now,
Strong. Look at the way he's swinging pretty freely.
yeah, he's
Which
kind of
again suggests, he's not feeling the heat really. Again, maybe that buffer of having a set under your belt doesn't hurt.
forehand strong from Schroeder. There's the spin he was looking for earlier. It's going to have some action on it. Sam too speedy.
Oh. It's got on top of it.
That's a missing
And that's
light.
why you make someone play another ball. Wow. Big point.
Yeah, it's a big swing right there. Opportunity missed by Schroeder. That one's just kind of like he backed off it just a little bit. Nice volley by Andy, but just wide there. Not much of a choice with the depth on that return.
He didn't have much choice. He had to volley that. That's one of the risks of playing, serving so close to that baseline like he does. That deep return is really tough to get out of the way.
And it's Lapthorne who finds the forehand and sends a ball out of the court. No doubt likely receive a warning here from the official. Sometimes they don't see that actually happen as they're recording the score. Don't know if that was the case.
Didn't hear it. Chair umpire is going to pull a ball out of one of the boxes to try and replace that one. I think that one's long gone. I think it's in our pond over there, Paul.
That's 2-all.
That's just big.
Sam just relentlessly
Inside out
continuing.
forehand. Jeez.
Not straying from the path. This one here, just too good.
Feel like he's back on track after that bear poke.
Yep, that was the moment for
I
me.
think so. I would agree.
It's amazing the subtleties of these things that produce momentum swings, whether it's you create it yourself, your opponent does something to create it for you. In that case, I think that was
Yep.
the deal, and now it's Andy who's kind of come off the rails a little bit. Comfortable 30 love here for Sam Schroeder. That's going to work right there.
Right there.
It's just good hands by Andy Lapthorne
Tough
there.
shot.
Deaden that ball and drop it in front of Sam Schroeder.
From that height, too. That ball was coming in steep. Watch this. It's coming in high. You can see him looking up and just having to deal with that bounce. Did very well.
That's going to
Push it
sail.
along.
Quick 30 love
Yep.
by Schroeder now. 30 all.
Andy being thrown a lifeline here. It's too good. Andy playing just too deep.
And it's 40-30 Schroeder.
Great serve. Wow. I think Sam's back on track here.
Yeah, he's reeled off 2 straight now to kind of flip the board again in his favor. Once again, force Lapthorne to chase, which is a position he's been doing from the beginning of the match here and down a set. Don't want to have to do too much chasing because you eventually run out of territory.
That's it. Yeah, pressure's on Andy now. Pressure's on him when he comes away from this comes away from the bench. This is going to be a make or break game here. Does he put up a fight? Does he really dig in here to try and stop the bleeding, so to speak, or Sam continue to put the vice squeeze on him? This is the game.
Yeah, this would be a huge one here. 4-2 could feel massive.
Yeah,
3-all, you know, and
yeah, 2-game swing, right?
Yeah.
You think about up 2 or add even. Huge difference.
Yep.
Especially as we get late into a match like this.
Almost a must hold for Lapthorne.
I would
not,
say so.
You know, not critical for Schroeder. And maybe gets the 4-2 and take it and be in a great position, but very much a must hold for Andy Lapthorne right here. Can't stay off the Schroeder forehand.
That inside-out forehand of his, just outstanding.
Yeah. Flat, too. Doesn't, you know, a lot of times players shape that ball, but he hits it pretty flat.
Drives it through.
Really important.
Yeah, gets it through.
Right there.
Wow.
Yeah, it's on a line. It's a nice slice by Andy, but Sam too speedy, sitting on it. And then the forehand error by Lapthorne.
And he's starting to play a little faster here, which is probably not what he wants to do. Slow it down just a little bit. It's good serve.
Sam pressing the action.
A little bit.
Gives one back quickly.
Costly double. The timing you wanted right there. Not that a double's ever good, but this critical juncture, it's not what he wanted. Good serve there again. Keep it in on Sam, not let him extend. Draws an error.
Still some work to do here. Schroeder, another break chance to take the 4-2 lead.
Oh my goodness.
And Sam adds the inside-out backhand to go with the inside-out forehand. And it's a unbelieving Andy Lapthorne saying, you got to be kidding me, man.
And his reaction to that was...
Yeah, and as we discussed, the 4-2, and he probably senses it.
Here it is here. Watch Andy's reaction after this return. Just drops the racket.
Really? What? How?
Yeah.
Look at the short.
It's a short, short and compact, huh?
Good acceleration.
You want to learn how to control the ball better, folks? Shorten your backswing. You may give up a little power, but you can control just about anything. It's the bigger swings that get you into trouble. Oh, good cover by Andy.
Great first volley, really. Tough ball. Made a nice one. And then you don't do enough with that first volley in wheelchair tennis. You're generally at the mercy of your opponent. Sam doesn't miss the second pass, forces the error.
patience from Andy there. Blair. Just such a makeable ball, you know. You just try and cut it a little bit too finely and you get punished. Can't really afford any of those right now, Andy. Gotta put everything you can in play.
Yeah, Sam's given up enough unforced of his own today here. That
Yeah, you don't want to add to it, huh?
Andy's got. Yeah, but that's the difficulty. That's the tougher margin that Andy has to play with.
Yeah.
He can't afford to be given the freebie. Sam can
Yeah.
be a little looser, can give up a few unforced here and there, and probably has more ability to recover off that.
Yeah, he's got the...
Gives one up just like that, the double fault. Oh, still first serve.
Second serve.
Still first, second serve. Thought he was a little aggressive on that second serve. It's like, wow. Should have seen some of the second serves Gordon Reed was hitting today. Unbelievable.
Oh.
Now, in the end, it didn't pay off for him, but in the moments, it was impressive. Ball's good.
Volley, good reach.
Yep. Great extension off the forehand there.
I think we all know Gordon's ball manipulation skills is incredible. I mean, he just...
But if he
got
wasn't
those hands.
manipulating, he was blasting
Blasting, going
second
big,
serve.
control
I
over
mean,
the
which
ball.
again maybe is partly what he's thinking. Hey, this is my only choice against a guy like Fernandez.
Yeah, Gustavo's,
Got to go big.
Yeah.
30 all. Andy should have a good look here. Does a nice job of rolling it into the
Smart.
corner, but Sam
All right,
tracks it
watch
down.
the wind here.
Now what? A lot of options. And doesn't do enough.
Pretty good defense.
Great defense by Sam, and ultimately it's then
There it is. Oh,
Andy.
cleared.
It's going to be Lapthorne
Carry
putting too
long.
much air under that one.
Yeah.
Maybe what might be a early preview of a dagger. Probably a
Yeah,
point.
that one hurt him.
Yeah, 30 all. That's a point that he had a couple of good looks at to finish Sam off. And again, back to the speed. There it is. Sam's ability with the speed to get a couple balls back, just lengthen it out enough
Yep.
to give Lapthorne a chance to miss. Now, a point for 5-2.
Yep. Maybe Andy feels he needs to do a little more with it, and just out of respect for the speed and draw an error, and you draw it at the wrong time. Here we are at game point to go up 5-2. Speed.
That's going to find the court into the wind. Schroeder working hard to get that forehand. That's a better ball there from Lapthorne way up. That thing's going to get moved around. There's another
Yep.
example.
Yeah, he's had pretty good success. If we keep Sam in the back half of the court, behind the baseline, he's done quite well from there.
Yeah. Easier said than done, though, to get
No
him back
question.
there and keep him
Yeah.
back there. Continue. Sam certainly looking every opportunity. Now Deuce. Nice first serve there,
Ooh,
and a
big
bigger
return.
return by Andy Lapthorne with the forehand down the line.
And we got a little surge going here, a couple points in a row. Just
Yeah,
pushed forward on it and just took the line.
had Schroeder at 5-2 just a couple of moments ago, and now it's Lapthorne with a chance to break.
Yeah, down by 3 or down by 1. I take the down by 1.
You'll get the down
There
by
it
1.
is. That's
It's a big
big.
game for Andy
Big game.
Lapthorne right there. Big. Sam getting a little extra rep in.
first away from the bench.
Yep.
Got a little something going here. All these games are important now. See if Andy can keep his energy up, stay positive. Three serving 4.
First point to Schroeder. Who's just kind of been steady, 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 right? As advertised. Hasn't risen too high in the movements. Hasn't dipped too low either.
Shot right there.
Yeah. Gets us
Back to 15-all.
Yeah.
Again, this is another game. If you're going to put a lot of energy into it, this is the one for Andy. I mean, you can't afford to go down 5-3 at this point.
Yeah.
Gotta.
Keeping Sam off 5 here. Anything to keep Sam off 5.
Yeah.
Just because, you know, a couple things get away from you, a couple errors, lucky shot, whatever. Next thing you know, it's over.
Yeah. Loose error there.
Yep. Loose error followed by a double fault leads to a double break point for Sam Schroeder. As Lapthorne gets it going just as quickly, it's Schroeder with 2 chances now for 5-3. Third miss in a row for Lapthorne there. You had to know that Sam was going to go pretty big there, and he got a good look, but
just caught too much ball. He does hit that flatter ball. Ball might not come down. It's a great serve right there.
Wow, neutralized.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, that's
Great.
the dropper there from Andy Lapthorne.
I'm waiting for that.
Wow.
Down break point coming over that.
Man,
Wow.
hits the big serve.
Clutch.
Sam with the big answer. And then Andy with the coup de grace right here. Look at that.
Great call.
Just pleading with his team, like, why can't I get more first serves in? Sam with the shank forehand return. It's Lapthorne from 2 break chances down to
From the brink.
a chance to hold here. This is quite the swing. Another shank there off the Schroeder forehand, and it's 4 games all here in the second set. 2 in a row. Andy Lapthorne from 4-2 down. Some renewed energy for the Brit.
Tennis is a crazy game, Paul.
I'd never heard that before. I thought it always goes according to plan.
There was no plan. It plays out, you know. Again, a couple really well-placed serves, and look what happens.
Yeah, the drop shot.
That was tough.
That was the one.
That was
Holy
clutch.
cow.
That
Big
was
time.
clutch. Totally agree.
As much as we've advised him to steer clear of it, he had the conviction to go back to the well one more time, and man, it was the right one at the right time. Drawing Schroeder in and paying a price.
Yeah. Not quite the same drop shot that time.
That was a bit of a half-hearted there.
Yeah.
Fully convinced he was trying to hit that.
Sat up nicely for Sam. That's the risk, right? You go a little high with it, and with someone to hit Sam's speed, you're going to get punished.
15 love, Schroeder. Gets right, that's a better usage of the bounces there. Doesn't get the in-betweener, but still. The forehand being the
Yeah, that's the side that,
acceptable one a little
yeah,
bit.
a little bit. Traditionally is with him a little bit. Forehand side breaks down. Starts to spray it a little bit.
Definitely some
That's a little focus here.
tough times here for Sam Schroeder. It's tough to kind of get a read on him high and low, but needs to do something here.
He's got to be
settle
very
down.
careful here.
Yeah. Andy gets a momentum and 5-4 lead, goes to that side to serve.
Mm-hmm.
Could be looking at a third set here. And
Great return.
great job there.
Definitely in a different place mentally right now.
Oh, renewed energy from
He
Andy
is
Latham,
fired up.
renewed focus, and Sam Schroeder kind of grappling to find his game all of a sudden. Now it's too easy there.
Yeah.
That's a nice, free, easy gift from Lapthorne.
He's trying to sneak one in there. I mean, I don't think there's anything too stealthy anymore. We know what he's trying to do, especially from this side. Sam's looking for it. I'm just trying to watch Sam, and he's looking forward.
Nice job of getting the first serve in. That's a better forehand from Schroeder. Lapthorne looking to go steady.
It's a great ball.
Wow.
Not gonna stay.
That's gonna fly, and a nice response by Schroeder there, and a couple of big high pressure shots. One off the forehand and a couple off the backhand, and he answers the bell to get it to deuce. There's another double fault. Sam trying to avoid that. You can see Lapthorne making a big effort to get out wide there and get the forehand on that second serve. Sam being disrupted by it. Andy out practically in the green out there.
You know, Sam sees
Daring
that.
Sam to
Yeah.
serve him up the tee. Sam serves from such a wide position out on the deuce side as he does on the head, but tough to get to that tee
Yeah.
from that wide out area.
Yeah, it is. No, overplayed.
In the moment trying to stay aggressive, but just too much. Look how wide Schroeder sets up here.
Very much a double style serve almost, positioning wise.
Nice.
Right up on that baseline though, so he is.
He'd be wise to just try it instead of avoiding the forehand to just get in on the body. Takes a little
Like
off.
that.
Yeah, I got the point started. Smart.
It's tough. It's tough, right on him.
Here we go again with one of the momentum swings. Moments ago was almost certainly looking like a Lapthorne 5-4. And now, just like that, it's Schroeder with a chance. To your point, the ebbs and flows of the sport of tennis.
Yep, it's incredible.
Sam suddenly kind of finding his rhythm again. Oof, Andy tries for the really tight
Finally
sliced
cut, right?
backhand. catches the net, and it's Schroeder one game away from the set and the match. Big hold there from Sam Schroeder.
Definitely a little momentum back. It's amazing for like 7-8 minutes there. He just kind of lost his rhythm, lost his way. It did look like Andy was going to take that game, and boom, a couple big hits, a couple loose errors, and here we are at 5-4 Sam. Andy's first away from the gate again.
Yeah, it's been the pattern.
Yeah.
He doesn't like to spend much time over there on the sideline.
No.
Maybe that's really part of his program.
Play.
To not sit and think.
Yeah.
It might be quite lost for the word there. By design, I guess is the best way to say it. You know, like, hey, get your drink, get your food, whatever you need. Don't
Get
sit
that
and
guy.
think. Not in your favor.
Yeah.
Sam striking the ball much better. Once again, seems to have found the rhythm.
Yeah.
That's well played point there. 3 well struck balls in a row.
It's movement, right? You see the engagement. We say that in able-bodied tennis, talk about footwork. You can really tell how someone's engaged by the squeaks of their shoes. But out here, it's movement.
Committed to the wheels.
Yeah, hands on the wheels and pushing.
He goes big on the serve. That's wide, and now it's Schroeder 2 points away from advancing to the NEC Singles Masters Final against countryman Niels Vink, who's already punched his ticket. A straight set victory over David Wagner, USA. Yeah,
too good.
Completely energized Sam Schroeder here. From about the midway of the last game at 4-all there, all of a sudden he just got the boost, got the refocus. He's been mostly unstoppable. We're one swing away here from game, set, match. And there it is,
There it
double
is.
fault game, set and match. Sam Schroeder, straight set, 6-2, 6-4 over Great Britain's Andy Lapthorne. Then it's Schroeder, the #1 seed, into the final. Only male single player to not lose a set here in the competition as yet. Gets
Playing some good tennis, huh?
fist bump from his coach.
Keeping it clean.
Keeping it clean. And it will be an all-Dutch final tomorrow in the quad final. Coming up, we have a women's Uniqlo doubles masters final between the pairing of Aniek van Koot, Dita de Groot, and Momoko Otani and Zhenzhen Zhu. Again, there's the final score here in this semifinal quad match, 6-2, 6-4 for Sam Schroeder. Stay with us as we continue our coverage here live on Center Court. Match 3 coming up. Ladies doubles next. Please join us.
Another couple to the SDI table is what we need. This wasn't like this the other day, so I just want to make sure it's not in view and no one gets it. Yeah, and then just stand on everything. Right against the wall.
And we're live back on center court here as we pick up match number 3, women's doubles final. And it's going to be a good one. It's the number 1 seeds, Dita de Groot and Aniek van Koot from the Netherlands versus Momoko Otani and Zhen Zhu from China. Otani from Japan come through nicely out of the pool play to get themselves into their first ever Uniqlo Doubles Masters final. Both teams outlined, one righty, one lefty, and there's the current conditions. Temperature starting to drop down a little bit, 63 degrees, still cloudy, still windy. Not much chance of rain. Yesterday was the rainy day. Today it's all about the wind. Temperature's a little cooler. A couple of players choosing to be in the long sleeves. One in short sleeves and one in a tank top. There's a great shot at the cloudy sky and the breeze blowing up above. As we get on board here with our first championship match. This will be the one that will produce the first ceremony of the tournament, the women's final. And there's a good look at the de Groot and Van Koot path to this final. 2-0 coming out of the pool play to secure their position here in the final. 4 sets. 1-0 sets lost. A nice job by their opponents in a similar fashion, coming out 2-0 in matches 1. 4 sets won, 0 lost. Quite a fairly new pairing. Not a lengthy record of achievements together, but really have come together and shown what they're capable of here thus far in this tournament. However, they haven't played a team of the caliber of De Groot and Van Koot. So a new challenge here for Otani and Zhu. Certainly Zhu, long-time experienced veteran on the tour, up to the task. 24 games won, 4 lost in this tournament. That's impressive. Just been too much. Zhu to serve. Nice job there by Adida De Groot. After the forehand, miss hit pulls Zhu out wide, going forward. Clean forehand winner through the middle. That's going to be trouble right there. Van Koot not able to get to it. Quickly 15 all. Forehand from De Groot finds the tape. 30-15. On the wheels there, showing off some great speed and showing off some touch, but on the wrong side of the net. It's a quick 40-15 for Otani and Zhu on the Zhu serve. Zhu that breaks down on the backhand. Puts us at 40-30 here in the opening game, women's doubles final. Winner to take home a Uniqlo doubles masters title. Familiar territory for De Groot and Van Koot. Never before achievement from Otani and Zhu. And we're now back to deuce. That's just got too much life in it. Explodes over the head of Zhu. It's now a break chance. Potentially Aniek van Koot's 6th doubles masters title, with a slew of different partners, the last of which was Dita de Groot last year, as they are defending champions now. But she's won it. Van Koot's won this event with Marjolein Baus, Jiske Graffion, Sharon Walraven, just to name a few of the great other Dutch women's tennis players that Aniek is paired up with over the years. She's currently tied into a pretty fair one in Dita de Groot, world #1. Golden Slam recipient here in 2021, having won all 4 individual Grand Slam titles and Paralympic gold in singles. These two are the Paralympic gold medal holders right now from Tokyo. Dita de Groot serving. 1 game love. Good call off by de Groot there. Get Van Koot out of a little trouble. Zhu staying on the assault. Van Koot attempting the dropper, not coming up. Finding the tape. That's 15 all. That's 30-15, Otani and Zhu here. The opening de Groot service game. Another Van Koot backhand finding the tape. Double break chance for Otani and Zhu to get on the board here. And it's game to Otani and Zhu. We're all knotted here at 1-1 in the first set. Women's Championship Uniqlo Doubles Masters. Momoko Otani to serve. Great job of Otani there, setting things up. Zhu with the shorter ball. Goes with the drop shot. Tough to fly in, put the full brakes on, and then execute. That's 15-0. Love de Groot and Van Koot. Just wide, 15-all. As the framed forehand finds the court for Zhu. And Otani back to looping it up. She does exceptionally well off both sides. Both she and Zhu, excellent defenders. Very comfortable back there behind the baseline. Willing to put a ton of balls in play until something like that happens. Dutch try to press the action. Error forced. Advantage. Otani Zhu, 30-15. Another error by de Groot. That's 40-15 for Otani and Zhu, who in the early going were very much up to the challenge here. That one finds the back of the line, forcing the air off the Zhu racket. Van Koot gets a little extra practice swing in there on the forehand. And it's 40-30 Otani Zhu. And that's a framed forehand from de Groot. Another error, and it's 2-1 Otani Zhu on the first changeover. Players break from the sideline here, and we'll get a look at Aniek van Koot serving for the Dutch team at 1-2. point to the Dutch. They will gladly accept the easy one. Good ball there from Van Koot. Dutch upping the tempo here. Early going of this game. Wow, best point of the match. And it's the forehand winner from Aniek van Koot on the back of the line. That gives us our first. Oh, then we had the quick 15 love, gets us our 30 love lead for De Groot and van Koot on the van Koot serve. A little bit of everything in that point right there, and there's Dida De Groot inserting herself with the forehand winner through the middle of the Otani Zoo team. And now 40 love to the Dutch pairing. It's another miss-hit forehand off the frame of the racket by Dida De Groot. Partner gives her a little low five and says, keep swinging. Just got to find the strings, keep swinging. De Groot forehand. That flies long, and it's 40-30. Looking at the Dutch team, I actually think it's this alignment here. Van Koot on the ad side. It might be the better setup for them. At least here in the early going, a couple of points played from this positioning have looked a little bit better for the Dutch. They forego the two forehands in the middle, but not going to get a chance to see it in action there with the double fault, which puts us back to deuce. A couple of De Groot errors and a double fault by Van Koot. 40 love erased. And Otani not going to catch up to that. Powerful De Groot forehand there. Now's the time to be up. And too good from Van Koot right there. And they get the hold to get it to 2-all. That slice is outstanding right there and just continues to fly through the court. Force Zhu into the air. Nick Van Koot, world renowned for that shot, executes it beautifully with the win at her back. Gets the extra. Turbo. Groot figuring out that probably needs to start spinning the ball more from this side. Not as much power necessary, just get the ball rolling. Especially on the forehand side. Once again, tries to go with the power shot. Not enough spin. Same ball with spin. Keeps you in play. Probably ultimately sets you up just as well. Just long. Great job there. He did a Groot tall in the saddle, able to collect that backhand volley right there, exploding in, seeing a quick opportunity. Extends upward, gets the volley winner. Two games straight for De Groot and Van Koot to go up 3-2 here on the changeover. It's an outstanding forehand by Aniek van Koot, who in the doubles portion of this week's competition has been spot on with her forehand. Oftentimes, frustrating shot for her, but in singles, but not in doubles here. For whatever reason, she's been really the difference maker in the doubles. Not that her partner has been slacking at all, but as mentioned, with as many titles as Dida has won, with as many players as she's played with, she has a knack for this part of the game of tennis. Too good there from the world number one. Just overpowering. Sets it up there, stays on the assault, knowing that her partner can cover behind. No sense in giving up the advantage. An equal protector. They can avoid the group there, but they couldn't. Starting to see a little bit of up-tempo here from the Dutch, pressing the action. A few more errors coming from Otani and Zhu, and the Dutch sprinkling in enough offensive firepower to kind of start to shift the momentum of this first set squarely in their favor. Nah, it's gonna be too short. Aniek making the internal correction there. Very strong in the early going here. Still a chance for the hold and 4-2. Ooh, that one finds not much of the strings there from de Groot, but finds the court. Back to the exchange between the two left-handers. That's going to be too much air, and it's 4-2 just back. Getting into critical moment time here as the Dutch have stepped up their game. Really forcing the action. Their ability to be both consistent and lethal. Really what has separated them from the rest of the world. Otani to serve. Quick return to serve error by van Koot. 15 love. going to come up short. It's 30 love here, Otani Zhu. Looking to kind of settle down this run of the Dutch. It's a quick error by Otani on the backhand. Give the Dutch their first point here. Game number 7. First set, women's doubles final. Uniqlo Doubles Masters Championship online. Just back right there off the backhand of Dita de Groot. 40-15 Otani and Zhu. Game. And the little Dutch run is over, and it's Otani and Zhu. Get a pretty easy hold there, get it to 4-3, still down a game. Very much alive here in the first set. Back at it here on center court. Women's doubles final between the #1 team in the world, Dita de Groot and Aniek van Koot from the Netherlands, as they serve 4-3 up over Otani of Japan and Zhu of China. Double fault by Aniek kicks us off here. First point, her service game. Big return there from Otani. She pushes in, takes advantage of that. Just kind of rolled in second serve. Van Koot looking for it after the double fault and the missed first serve. Otani knew something simple is coming in. She took advantage of it. Dutch with some work to do to get a hold here and keep their advantage. There's the big forehand by Aniek van Koot that produces the winner past Zhu. Dutch on the board here. First point for 15-30. Gonna be a good ball right there. Tough for Zhu to control, or anybody to control that one way up above. Quick answer by the Dutch gets it to 30 all. And it's Van Koot through the middle there. Just a steady attack by the Dutch. Gets them a 40-30 lead here in what was a long extended point. Well played by all four. Just too much firepower down the stretch for De Groot and Van Koot here now with a point to go 5-3. Be trouble right there. Zhu tracks it down, does a nice job. Switch by the Dutch. Groot. That's gonna fly well wide off the racket of Otani, and it's a great hold after a love 30 deficit. 4 straight points by the Dutch as they get out to 5-3 lead. Really playing some high quality tennis. Nick Van Koot. Kind of the rock, allowing De Groot to kind of roam and look to pick things off and look to be aggressive. A nice flow going. Zhu to serve to stay in the first set. Good communication there by the Dutch. De Groot's getting out of the way. Short ball here. Dita in, angles it off for the winner. Again, communication by the two Dutch ladies just spot on. Either one in trouble, knowing the other one's there to protect. World-class doubles at its finest right there. Big Rafa Nadal finish on the forehand right there. Whipping that ball cross court. call going in the favor of De Groot and Van Koot. Pretty sure the ball got a quick little bounce in there before catching the chair of Otani. That might be a pretty significant point right there, but now instead of 30-15, it's 15-30. Big, flat, inside-out forehand from Aniek Van Koot. Showing why she has been such a anchor of any of the doubles teams that have won Uniqlo Doubles Masters titles in the past. Two points now for the Dutch to take the first set. And it's the miscommunication and the forehand winner through the middle that gives Dida de Groot and Aniek Van Koot set number 1, 6-3. And they are looking rather impressive. No slight to the team of Otani and Zhu, who have looked very solid here and very apparent why and how they were able to reach this final. But right now, just too much Dida, too much Aniek. Just too good at covering court, too many options on the ground strokes, too much firepower, offensive weapons when necessary. Nominal defense. Scrambling. It's a great look here at the set point. The fight. Right there, that ball deep. Ran out of replay tape. And it's set 1 to the Dutch team, number 1 seeds. First point of the second set. We leave off right where we left off at the end of the first with a Dida de Groot forehand winner down the middle. That's a quick 30 love. like it's been a long time since we've seen an error from the Dutch. Stede de Groot puts a backhand slice into the net. Great ball by Otani there. Nice response. It's a little bit of a up-tempo attack here by Zhu and Otani. I'd get the Dutch a little bit disrupted and put the score back to 30-all. Now it's 40-30, Otani with a second serve. Otani Zhu with a second serve. Possibly open up with a break here. First game. The second set. And there it is. Forced error by Van Koot. Forehand in the net. A couple of looser points than we've seen. That's a nice break there by Otani and Zhu, but now it's Van Koot and de Groot who will go to the wind-aided side and get back to their assault. That's a good ball. Zhu covers. Nice defense here by Otani and Zhu. Oof, nobody home there. Zhu forehand finds the opening. Delivers a 30-love lead here. Right there into the corner. No response, no help. Once again, a bullet from Aniek van Koot off the backhand slice. Just runs too hard with the wind. That's the exact direction the wind's blowing. To the back and cross court for van Koot. Couldn't get any more of a boost there. Ball just explodes off the court. Past Zhu right there. Just doesn't get to that one quick enough, doesn't accelerate up enough. Drives that forehand into the net. Now a chance for Zhu and Otani to hold. Go up 2 games love, second set. And with the mishit off the forehand return, it is a hold for Otani and Zhu as they go to 2 love here in the second. And ball passing easily through and past Zhu as it just gets another one of those boosts from the wind. $15 love. Wise to go right at the body of Otani, trying to rip that ball down towards the foot plate. Difficult for any player to control that. It's the Otani air, and it's 30 love. The wind gonna make it. Now they got to defend. They do. Opportunity lost there for Otani and Zhu. In the net, 40 love to Groot van Koot. Too much right there. Ball just rolls off the court too easily. And the Dutch settle things down after a 2-0 run by Otani and Zhu, and it's 2-1. on the changeover. Otani serving here. 2-1. Up, down a set. Zhu a little out of rhythm there, caught in between. Sends the forehand well wide. First point here. Now it's Otani out of rhythm on the Aniek van Koot forehand, ties her up. That's a quick 40 love to De Groot and van Koot here. Chance to get it to 2-all. Just what Otani and Zhu needed was a good start to set 2, but just as quickly the Dutch have settled things down here and now poised to get things even at 2-all. And there it is, just that quickly. Probably the quickest game of the match so far, and it's Otani broken at love. 2-all now. De Groot to serve. See if the Dutch can string 3 in a row together here to really put the pressure back on Otani and Zhu. And it's a Zhu forehand error. Momentum continues to swing in the favor of the Dutch. Points coming quickly now for the Dutch. Lengthier, sustained rallies. Not happening as often. Right back on the attack. If it isn't one, it's the other. Sensing the moment, they up the tempo once again. Really get on the assault. And it's almost too much time there for Dita de Groot. (30-15). And another powerful shot off the racket of Van Koot. All smiles there from her partner. Appreciates the efforts. (40-15). Another one of those slices just honing its way in on the body of Zhu right there. And it's 3 straight games for the Dutch after the quick start from Otani and Zhu, and now it's the Dutch up a set, up 3-2 in the second. A slice right here, just absolutely devastating. Watch how quickly it gets on past Zhu, forcing the error. Pretty critical time here for Otani and Zhu, as the Dutch have gone on a 3-0 run. They take the lead here in the second set. If they don't stem the bleeding right here, could be a big problem. Any late separation here, don't know that they have the firepower to make the comeback. Dutch look too completely engaged here today. Pretty much firing on both cylinders from the right-hander and the left-hander. You know what's coming there. Not up. And it's the Dita de Groot volley there. Just gets extended enough, gets enough racket on it, doesn't stick the volley, but just because she's in a great position. Look at the acceleration there. Doesn't accelerate to get into a better position, doesn't make that volley at all, which ultimately results in the winner in a 30-love lead for the Dutch. inside out that time from the forehand of Dita de Groot. Haven't gone enough times to the middle, set that shot up. Great positioning there on the court. It's a little extra work in. Gives it the nod of approval. It's now 3 chances for the Dutch to go up 4 games to 2. And the forehand from Otani finds the net. That's a quick break for the Dutch, and they are on a roll. 4 straight games here in the second. Now Aniek van Koot to serve as they continue to press the action. It's a quick double fault there. Might be the one thing that could quickly derail the Dutch momentum. As long as Van Koot continues to throw serves in the box, they'll be all right. She does just that. Short ball there. De Groot on the attack. Gonna go clean that up with an overhead and finishes nicely. Something we're starting to see from this team here already. The best doubles team in the world. Dita de Groot a little bit more confident, going forward a little more frequently, creating a little bit more dynamic on the court, something we need to see in the women's doubles game. If anybody could execute that game plan, it would be Van Koot and de Groot. Again, errors coming. A little bit quicker rate here from Otani and Zhu. Understandably so, as they've put up a great battle here against the continued onslaught from de Groot and Van Koot. There's another quick error. I think the frustration is starting to overcome Otani and Zhu as they're starting to realize, as good as they've been and as strong as they've been to push the Dutch, just don't have enough offensive firepower to break through them. Powerful Aniek van Koot, forehands with the wind behind her, drives it to the Zhu backhand. She can't respond, and it's a quick 5-2 just like that. From 2-love down, 5 straight games for the Dutch. 1 game away from a Uniqlo Women's Doubles Masters Championship. defending champions, one game away from defending their title. And now 3 points away. And now 2 points away from the title. Two points separate Aniek van Koot and Dita de Groot from defending their Uniqlo Doubles Masters title. And it's a Zhu forehand that just zips by the outstretched racket of Dita de Groot to just hold things in place a little bit longer. Still 2 points away for de Groot and van Koot. Otani serving 15-30. That has been a weapon today and throughout the entirety of this tournament. Aniek van Koot really feeling it now. Double match point, double championship point, double everything. Because they will double down on their titles here if they get one more. One out of the next two, and it's Uniqlo Doubles Masters Championship for Aniek van Koot and Dita de Groot. Lets it go. And it's a quick little air off the forehand of van Koot. Still 1 point away from the title. And the back of the line from Zhu sends it to deuce. One of the few times today that van Koot and de Groot have not been able to answer. And it takes a back of the line shot to produce it. And it's once again the powerful forehand of van Koot that produces the air off the racket of Zhu. And again, another point for combined title number 10. Currently 5 for Van Koot, 3 for Dita de Groot. Title here together, defending their title, would put Van Koot at 6 titles and de Groot at 4. Aniek not backing off. Another attack on the forehand of Zhu. Overhead by Van Koot, just past the baseline. Look to end it with gusto right there. Instead, we go back to deuce. Great job here by Otani and Zhu to continue to fight the fight. Stay alive. Just wide. The linesman on the call. And again, championship point here for de Groot and Van Koot. Swinging volley by Van Koot. Still not over. Otani and Zhu up to the task. Volley from de Groot. Zhu there. Stays alive. Van Koot settles it down with a lob. Great point here. One team desperately trying to finish it, and one getting it back to deuce again. Fending off another match and championship point. Somebody should whisper in Otani and Zhu's ear that every point's championship point. They have played some brilliant points here up against it. Now Otani again serving it. Deuce. Great get. Zhu looking to finish. Not good enough. Otani finishing through the middle. All 4 players just going all out here. Holding nothing back in the big moments. And it's now Otani and Zhu with a chance finally to hold. Force the Dutch to have to serve it out at 5-3. And there it is. Kind of broke the spirit of the Dutch, having fought off at least 4 championship points. And it is a great and heroic hold from Otani and Zhu to push this a little deeper here into the second set. And now Dita de Groot back to work, back to 0-0 to try to get it to 6 and a title. Definitely a different demeanor here from the Dutch all of a sudden after giving it everything they had and not coming away with it. Interesting swing here. Otani and Zhu kind of emboldened, and there's an error finally that might break the momentum that Zhu and Otani have created. Just get to 15 all. It's the double fault by Dita de Groot. 15-30. Drop shot. Zhu tries with the answer, can't come up with it. 30 all. Good break there. Good strategy by Van Koot to kind of break the momentum of just allowing Zhu and Otani to just set up camp behind the baseline where they're extremely comfortable. Van Koot drawing Zhu into the court. See if that's any type of strategy that they continue to try to employ down the stretch here. Clearly, Otani and Zhu very united back there behind the baseline. Now it's Otani on the attack. Good lob by Otani. Koot settles it down with one of her patented slices. Another. Ball just checks up. And too much. Aniek van Koot as the Dutch battle back and get it to another championship point, this time on their serve. on the racket of Dita de Groot. And as we've seen time and time again, if Otani and Zhu can get their teeth into the point, they make it tough on the Dutch to finish. Dutch would be fortunate if they could get it early and easy here. And they don't. It's a forehand error in the net by de Groot. It sends it back to deuce one more time. And these match points continue to haunt Van Koot and de Groot. And you gotta wonder how much it's playing on them psychologically by not getting through them. There's the easy error. That's much needed, much appreciated, just to take some of the pressure off. You'd think it's all on Otani and Zhu, but it seemed to be shifting to the Dutch. And here we are, one more time, match point. And there it is, game, set, match. And Uniqlo Wheelchair Doubles Masters champion Dita de Groot, Aniek van Koot defend their title. Van Koot earns her 6th career title and de Groot her 4th. An amazing women's final here on center court. All 4 players very worthy of great respect here. But it's the Dutch ultimately, just too much firepower. 6-3, 6-3 here in the final. Ultimately, it's Aniek van Koot and Dita de Groot coming away once again Uniqlo Masters Doubles champions. Please join us for a ceremony here on center court to acknowledge the title earned by Dita de Groot and Aniek van Koot, and to also acknowledge the great accomplishments of Momoko Otani and Zhen Zhu for putting on a great performance here at the final and having a great tournament just to get here. Stay tuned for our ceremony on center court.
Ja, maar dat is inderdaad ook. Die hadden het hoog, dus allemaal het zakken nou weer. Dus dat is wel iets bij ons wat... Maar niet goed. Volgens mij als zo hard gaan waaien, waaien zo niet op zo'n tafel. Inmiddels kan wel wat hebben, maar die andere... Susie?
Can you hear?
Wrong one again?
First up, I would like to recognize our tournament referee, Ian Smith. Thank you. And now I would like to introduce our special guests who will be presenting our finalists with their just rewards. Here with us today we have Mr. Kurt Bender, International Tennis Federation Wheelchair Committee member. And now for the players. Please put your hands together for our runners-up, Zen Zhu from China and Momoko Otani from Japan. That's okay, we'll do pictures in a second now. That's good. And now, welcome back on the court, the 2021 Uniqlo Wheelchair Doubles Masters Women's Champions from the Netherlands, Dede de Groot and Aniek van Koot. That's also yours. Just wait off. We're going to do some pictures over there in a minute. And please stay here with us, as up next we will crown our 2021 Uniqlo men's doubles champions.
Oh yeah? En daar is hij nu op Joe. It's almost finished there as well, hè?
It's finished?
Almost, almost.
Okay, good.
Het staat 0-3-0 toen ik hier aankwam lopen. Dus dat is 5 minuten geleden. Ja, ik ga.
would you want? A two? A 2E? Where you from then? Oh right, that sounds nice. Yeah, it's lovely. It's inbred swag.
It's a 1v1 me and Alfie.
Pardon? Oh, was that? You want a 1v1 me? Hey, I would take you in a fight any day of the
Pretty
week.
cool avatar, huh?
Sorry?
Pretty cool avatar. Yeah. He's up in the window up there controlling it, right?
Yeah? See, that was how it was.
That would be sweet, huh? You're into it? Yeah. I would say you're an avatar.
He's the guy from the Goonies films.
The Goonies is so harsh, that one, isn't it?
Nah, the fish is the worst.
Yeah, that is the worst.
You got called Steve Laurie, and he gets called the guy from Goonies. I don't even want to know what mine was.
We didn't have one. No one came up with one for you in the end.
That's absolutely fine.
That works for you, isn't it?
Hold it up when you stand up.
Oh, really? Okay. Okay. As we move, okay. Make sure it's out of the way.
I found a t-shirt in my bag one morning underneath the white shirt.
Yeah.
That's too hot.
Going on a run. I could do a t-shirt. I'm thinking of it. Yeah, well, back when it's a bit wet. Oh, no, I can't wear that. I'll do it in the boat.
Put it under your shorts. Every time Alfie goes to picture. You've seen the video of the guy from American Grand Prix? Literally sits next to the microphone, just doing that for the entire record.
The whole time, literally, for hours.
Yeah, for a start.
Depends how warm you are.
Is the wind better or worse though?
And here we go, Wheelchair Tennis Masters, men's doubles final. It's all on the line here tonight. The final match of the evening. It's been a great day here on Center Court, NEC. Uniqlo Wheelchair Tennis Masters. It's the Uniqlo Doubles Masters portion. And what to say about the matches between these four? For the past 5 years, this rivalry has known no equal and has produced, without a doubt, the best wheelchair tennis doubles the world, I think, has ever seen. Houdet, Pfeiffer, the Frenchman, are the gold standard, literally, as they have won the last 2 gold medals at the Paralympics. And the only men's team to ever have won 2 Paralympic gold medals, but not to be outdone. The Brits, Hewitt and Reed, have dominated the Grand Slams, having won the last 8 straight Grand Slams titles and having completed the calendar slam this year. It is all on the line. These 2 historic doubles teams tied career head-to-heads, 18 matches apiece. And this one tonight decides the difference. And there's a look at the scoreline from the gold medal match in Tokyo. Houdet and Pfeiffer defending their title from Rio, and Hewitt and Reed gutted from the 3rd set match tiebreak defeat. And they'll be looking for some redemption here tonight, as this is a chance for them to get back on track and reestablish themselves. Take the career head-to-head lead 19-18. Potentially one of these teams goes away with the lead tonight. Who will it be? Hewitt and Reed, Houdet, Pfeiffer. It's all on the line here. Men's doubles final. And here is a quick look at how Hewitt and Reed got to this point. 3-0 dominating performances in their round-robin play. And same from the French. Stéphane Houdet to serve. First point of the match. If you can't tell, I'm a little amped up for this one. This is as good as it gets. It will be the first point to the French with the Nico Pfeiffer soft touch backhand volley winner. Error from Reed gives the French team quick 30-love lead, and as we saw in the singles, it's Houdet always prepared and quickly to the line to serve. As you can tell, all 4 players in the long sleeves, as it has certainly dropped in temperature here, and with plans for us to go a little bit late into the evening. All 4 looking to get thoroughly warm before they start shedding any layers here. Potentially later and down the stretch, and it's 40-love on the Houdet serve. The French out to a crisp, clean start here. Early going men's doubles final. What a great women's final we had just preceding this. World number 1s Dita de Groot and Aniek van Koot defending their title. Both earning multiple Uniqlo Double Masters title. 6 for Van Koot, 4 for de Groot. The Reed forehand, which has been so good throughout the tournament. There's an example of why the French are so good. Houdet defends, settles things down. Same for Pfeiffer. And there's the error from the Brits and a clean hold at love to the French. 50-year-old Stéphane Houdet there, elder statesman here on the court. The kind of stabilizing force for the young, talented Nico Pfeiffer. And we just get below the 60-degree mark here at the start of the match, 59 degrees Fahrenheit. Still cloudy. We'll be under the lights here on center court, and the wind remaining at a brisk 16 miles per hour. Humidity's down, chance of rain gone. Going to be some beautiful nighttime center court tennis here as we finish day number 7 of the NEC Uniqlo Wheelchair Tennis Masters. Alfie Hewitt to serve. Opening service game for Team Great Britain. The young 23-year-old. Starts it off with a double fault. As no doubt all the players are just trying to get loose out here, get a feel for the conditions. 3 out of the 4 have played earlier in their singles competition, with Hewitt coming out on top over Houdet in the singles semifinal, and Reed losing a tough 3-setter to Gustavo Fernandez in his men's singles final, and it's an error from Pfeiffer there that gets things leveled at 15-all. Too good there off the forehand of Reed, forcing the error from Houdet. Everybody working at a brisk pace, trying to get the blood flowing, a little bit of a sweat going. There's that ever fluid, not fluent, but fluid backhand of Nico Pfeiffer. Same thing there from the forehand. Reed pressing the action at net. It's going to be the Houdet backhand error now that gives the Brits pretty quick 40-15 lead here, a chance to hold and get things settled at 1-all in the first set. That's going to be an effective ball there, but Pfeiffer cuts it off instead of letting it do its damage by getting up high and pushing the Frenchman deep. And it's Hewitt pushing forward, punching the backhand clean through the sideline for the winner, and we're leveled at 1-all. Great strategy there employed by the Brits. If it's not Hewitt, it's Reed going forward, pressing the action. It's the Hewitt backhand. Sends the balls across the court to Pfeiffer for his opening service game. It's a quick 15 love there for the French. Pfeiffer this time pressing the action, leaving the court, forcing Houdet out of position to cover both lob and line. It's Hewitt that seeks and finds the line for the winner at 15-all. Gordon Reed right there. Again, the Brits showing off their interchangeability there at net. If it's not one, it's the other. Typically, one pressing the action. Makes it very difficult on opponents to isolate one or the other. Such size and length from Pfeiffer. Ability to extend long limbs and get so many balls back in play. And of course, Houdet seldom out of position. Experienced that drop shot attempt. Not going to be good enough into that 16-mile-per-hour wind. And it's Hewitt Reed. 2 break chances to go up 2-1 here on the Pfeiffer serve. 30-year-old Nico Pfeiffer, he'll turn 31. May have just turned 31 back in October. Taking a year off him. Yep, 31-year-old Nico Pfeiffer. I'm laughing because I heard Alfie Hewitt laughing at the absurdity of that second serve getting past him there. Britt's having a good laugh at that one. Laughing with you, Alfie, not at you. Still a break chance for the Brits. Oh, crisp, clean forehand, and that's how you back up a little mental error there. Right after that miscue on the return, it's Hewitt sticks the volley for the winner, and a 2-1 lead for the Brits. Great extension, great finish. Just like Coach Donna Andrews taught him. He's had a number of coaches over the years, but it's been Andrews has been one of the great steadying forces in Hewitt's career. Been with him a long time, since his junior days. She's here with him along with several of the other British national coaches. Getting a good look there at Gordon Reed. Drop it down 1 layer now. Same with Nico Pfeiffer. It's Houdet and Hewitt who stay in the long sleeves. And we're up to 24-mile-per-hour gusts. You can see the temperature starting to drop. Full-on 17-mile-per-hour wind, and that 24-mile-per-hour gusts is what makes things a little unpredictable out here. We're going to continue to see that temperature drop, I fear. But with the action hot here on center court, I don't think the players will be feeling the effects of that. They'll be fully engaged. They already are 3 games in. First look at the lefty, Gordon Reed, out of Scotland. Donning the backwards cap. Not worried about much sun here today, this evening. Quick error there off the forehand return from Houdet. Not going to make it. All 4 players there, at least 3. Pfeiffer, Reed, Hewitt looking to step it up a little bit. Unleash a couple of big shots there in that exchange. Favor Team GB. They go up 30-love on the Reed serve. We saw Gordon put on a bit of a serve display earlier in his singles match against Gustavo Fernandez. Some really amazing serving moments in that tough 3-set loss. Hewitt tracks down the Houdet attack, but it's Houdet too good there with the forehand volley. Past Reed, and the French are on the board here during the Reed service game. Great height and extension there from Stéphane Houdet. Even the British camp can't help but clap a little bit, but that might be in an attempt to warm up just a little. Opportunity to finish. Pfeiffer cleans it up, and it's now the Brits scrambling but settling things down. Reed back on the attack. French back to full strength at the baseline. Reed attempts the drop shot, recognizing a little bit of chaos on the French side, but not executing, missing that shot just wide. Big serve just long there from Reed. He goes with the second. That's not going to do it. And it's the Reed backhand error. And from a quick 30-love lead, it's now Houdet, Pfeiffer. 40-30, a chance to break on the Reed serve and get us to 2-all here in the first set, men's doubles final. Just massive off the racket of Nico Pfeiffer, but equally, actually more impressive is the response from Reed. Watch this as he just puts forth just an incredible display of hands there. That ball just kicking back. Houdet not able to track it down. We're back to deuce. Hewitt forward on the serve and sticks it. That's a great 1-2 punch. We saw those two executing that versus the team of Spagren and Van Dorp last night in some critical moments. They don't overuse it, pick their spots when they do. Very effective. Another example of Reed taking charge on the serve, swinging out wide, opening up the court, and Hewitt doing the cleanup work there to go from a breakdown to a hold and up 3-1 here in the first. There's another look at the Hewitt. Got a lot of options there. Center ends up whipping it, opening up the racket, and the chair pulling it well past Houdet on the forehand side. Now Houdet serving. Great return off the Houdet. Big serve by Hewitt as he stays on the assault. Nice job, Stéphane Houdet. Nico Pfeiffer just sits back and claps. Says, all you, partner. However you say that in French. Pfeiffer now on the attack. French cycling, and Houdet not able to get it. Ball dying into the wind. Quick reset by the partners. Houdet, Pfeiffer, 15 all. Houdet back to attempted assault there of the tee. Second serve. Stays aggressive. Drop shot attempt by Hewitt fails. And as tempting as those have been today, we've seen throughout the day the vast majority not executed. Almost too much wind. Has to be too perfect, has to be very aggressive, has to be high to clear, and then has to have a lot of spin to come back. Try to be too fine with it, too soft. Just gets knocked back. Now it's Houdet Pfeiffer, 30-15. Yeah, a little bit loose return there off the forehand of Gordon Reed. Sets Houdet and Pfeiffer up with 2 chances to hold and move closer to the Brits, who have the 3-1 lead. Houdet out wide this time on Hewitt. Hewitt responds. Both French up. And it's Pfeiffer. Calmly, coolly, as he always is, executing the overhead past the outstretched arms of Reed. And it's a French hold. 3-2. Hewitt and Reed. Just a little bit of a Team GBR in disarray there. Everything unfolding as it typically does between these 4, neck and neck, slight little momentum swings. No great gaps. All players going to the nutrition, going to the hydration, knowing that they'll need it to sustain could very likely be a 3-set match here tonight to determine 2021 Uniqlo men's doubles champions. It's Houdet and Pfeiffer who come into this tournament as 2 times defending champion, as there was no event 2020, having won the event in 2019 and 2018. Prior to that, in 17, it was Hewitt and Reed for their first title here. And the Brits looking to even the score head-to-head with their second Masters title. Reed's won it with Frenchman Michael Jeremias in the past. And Houdet's won it with a number of different partners, to include Reed. Houdet's won it with Joe Girard. So clearly he knows a little something about doubles. Houdet's won it with Shingo Kuneda. So he is no stranger, much like Anique Van Coote, having won it with several different partners. On the women's side, it's Houdet sees to be the linchpin to successful doubles. 15 all here on the Hewitt serve. Double fault sends us to 15-30. Second double fault tonight for Hewitt. going to be on the back of the line. Just catches a little bit of the white. And it's the Pfeiffer forehand to the bottom of the net. Gets us to 30 all. Kind of the first little sign of displeasure from Pfeiffer, or frustration. He's been steady so far. Not happy with the one call, still letting that linger, showing the chair umpire was just long. At least in his estimation. And that one gets the out call. Just as quickly as they were down a point, they're up now 40-30 with a chance to hold on the Hewitt serve and go up 4-2. Alfie goes a little off pace there, changes it up. Reed catches the top of the tape. And we're back to deuce. Deuce side, the one side that seems to have given Hewitt just a little bit of frustration on the serve. And there's another double. Not to have jinxed him, sorry about that, Alfie, but just calling it like I see it. Seems to be the side in which he's struggled just a little bit so far here tonight. And now break chance for Uday and Pfeiffer to get the 3 all. And it's the Pfeiffer backhand, well long. That gets us back to deuce here. Break chance missed by the French. Another quick point there gives Hewitt and Reed chance to hold and go 4-2 in the first. It's an in-between bounce there that disrupts the rhythm of Reed, and we go back to deuce. One of the first extended deuce games we've seen here in the opening set, back and forth. Hewitt adjusting his serve positioning slightly more into the center now, maybe to give himself a little bit better chance at accessing that center line or body of Uday's. And it's another error by the French there. Gives Hewitt Reed another chance to hold. Frustrated Stefan Uday. Having a little chat with not only his partner, but with himself about that disappointing forehand right there. And Pfeiffer not able to handle the Hewitt volley through the middle. And it is indeed a hold for The Brits, as they go up 4-2, extend their lead again here in the first set. We're up 3-1, now 4-2. But each time they extend the lead, they get a little bit closer to the finish line here. Set number 1. Nico Pfeiffer to serve. Swinging volley there by Houdet. Not doing enough with that volley. Pfeiffer trying to settle things down, misses the mark wide. And again, it's the frustration coming from the French a little bit more frequently now, as their errors are starting to mount a little bit. What has created the separation here so far, early part, midway through the first set. Attack by the Brits. Almost every point somebody up there looking to clean things up, and it's Reed this time with the volley and the winner. Wide there on the aggressive forehand return from Hewitt, but with the 30 love advantage, looking to kind of close it out quickly there and extend to 40 love, but misses the mark. 15-30 as the wind blows the Pfeiffer Mohawk. And a couple of quick errors there from the Brits. We go to 30 all. Time to get steady now. Again, it's the attack. Hewitt sending Pfeiffer back deep. Pfeiffer's backhand not able to clear the net. But it matters most there at 30 all. It's the Brits in the lead, 30-40. Chance to go up 5-2. It's the Reed forehand that's been so good throughout this tournament, looking to get a little extra spin, maybe a little extra angle on that one and pull Pfeiffer off. But he's actually going into the wind with that forehand, going against that blustery 17-mile-per-hour wind. Deuce. almost certainly always followed by one of the Brits looking to pick something off. From that position, not much of an angle for the Frenchman. Uday crosses over. Hewitt picking it up. Hewitt resets, goes for the angle, tough ball. Read on it, gonna go soft, wide. And again, the wind blowing that way, cross court, just enough to send that ball through the sideline and give Uday and Pfeiffer the add point and a chance to hold here for 4-3 Brits. Uday forced to play that one on the volley. Hewitt presses the action. Pfeiffer goes too big through the baseline, and it is back to deuce. Back and forth continues, and it's the Reed error there. Gives Uday and Pfeiffer another chance to hold. Still Brits in charge, up 4-2. French looking to close the gap. Uday on the attack. Hewitt defending. Pfeiffer now pressing the action. Following it in. No response there, and it is a hold by the French. Uday, Pfeiffer get the game, but Hewitt Reed up 4-3 on the changeover, set number 1, men's doubles final. Here on center court, the USTA National Campus, Uniqlo Doubles Masters. Pfeiffer ready for the response there. Knew an assault was coming. It doesn't make it to him. Goes to the hoodie over the head just to keep some heat in on the changeover. As expected, right where we need to be here with a Hewitt Reed, Uday, Pfeiffer final. It's tight, it's good quality, it's what we should expect from a Uniqlo Doubles Masters and from these 4 great players. Great way to finish off the action here tonight. The men's doubles final. It'll be all singles finals tomorrow. Men's final. I don't know what order specifically yet, order of play, but just to run down who's what, it's Hewitt and Gustavo Fernandez, men's final. Women's final, De Groot and Kamiji. Quad final, Schroeder and Vink. We'll run all 3 right here on center court. Right now, men's doubles final, Gordon Reed serving 4-3. Uday on the attack, Press in action. Hewitt settles it. Down the line exchange between Hewitt and Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer changes directions, goes to Reed. Reed aggressively painting that back line. Back and forth. Hewitt with the drop. Pfeiffer on the attack. Finds it, gets it, rolls it through the middle. Beautifully played there by Nico Pfeiffer. Showing off the speed and then the tranquility to finish. Has to be really good to get through the middle of Hewitt and Reed. Pfeiffer executes, gets a big fist bump from his partner. All that just to get the first point of the game. Overhead one. Defended by Pfeiffer. Massive backhand top from Pfeiffer there. He's looking really confident. Reed, who tries to go off the back, goes instead through the base. It says it's all set. It's love 40. Houdet 3 chance break and get us to 4-all here in the open. That doubles. Not quite sure why Gordon Reed is 40 on first games to unleash some of his best products, but he did it repeatedly in the singles today and shows it again here in the doubles. Serving love 40, lets it ride, finishes it up with the forehand winner as well. There's another big serve at the 15-40 and another big stroke off the backhand side. Great defense by the French through the middle. And a miscommunication there as it's Reed's forehand that splits the Frenchman. 2 quick points to the Brits, but still one yet shy of getting it back to deuce. We'll see if the pattern holds here. Reed's aggressiveness from the down position. He goes wide, just misses. 30-40, second serve. And it's a bit of a shank. And it's 4 games all on the double fault by Reed. French have battled back from the 4-2 deficit to get things leveled here at 4. And some smiles. Still some good, positive, loose energy from the Brits. No doubt frustration internally, but externally giving good energy to one another, and certainly not giving any negative energy to their opponents to Reed. For all. Pfeiffer's length settles it down. So tough to get a ball past the French there with Pfeiffer's length. Houdet's extension as well. The long limbs of Nico Pfeiffer just make it difficult. Anything past him, such a great defender, neutralizer. Love 15. Hewitt giving it a long look, but the call stands, it's in, and it's 15 all. So Houdet finds the line. That'll do it right there. Magic hands there from Alfie Hewitt. Off the big serve from Houdet out wide. Hewitt just collects it nicely. Drops it well in front of the two Frenchmen. But Houdet answers quickly with the ace out wide versus Reed. The back and forth continues. We go to 30 all. Pivotal 9th game here. First set, each team looking to get out ahead. First to 5, and it's Houdet who continues the attack with the serve, and he aces Hewitt up the tee. Not getting what he likes out wide off of Hewitt. He says, I'll change it up, go to the tee. And now 2 straight aces, and it's 40-30 for the French. Middle by Pfeiffer. It's a miss hit. Finds the green. We go to deuce. Hewitt having to be guessing right now. Houdet having gone out wide and then up the tee. Houdet goes tee again. Hewitt gathers that one in to get things started. Great shot by Gordon Reed, up and over Nico Pfeiffer, and Houdet not able to catch up on the wheels. And it's now a break chance for Hewitt. Reed to take the lead, 5-4. Right there, big high shape. Ball dives back into the court. Gives Reed the forehand winner. Catches the line, stays alive. Stay on the Reed racket. Another back of the line, no call. And it's the French wanting the call, not getting it, and it's Hewitt playing through to the whistle and gets the forehand swinging volley winner. That's going to be a tough one. Official claiming back of the line. French having none of it. Very frustrated. But it's Hewitt Reed. 5-4 on the changeover. And they will take it. Certainly disappointed. Here's the call in slow motion. Gonna be tough to tell. No Hawkeye. That's quite possibly back of the line. Frenchman not playing through. Gotta know better than that, fellas. Bit of a costly mental lapse there by the French, not playing through. See if they can regroup, battle back once again, stay alive here in the first set. Some great serving by Stéphane Houdet, but not enough. As the Brits get the break, and now a chance to serve for the first set. It'll be Alfie Hewitt. Chance to serve out the set here at 5-4 for Hewitt Reed. staying conservative, staying in the middle of the box, staying with a high first serve percentage. Good start for Hewitt on the service game. Stretched out, Pfeiffer can't respond with the forehand. First point to Hewitt-Reed. Quick discussion by the Frenchman. Pfeiffer diffuses the aggressive Reed first serve. Neutralizes again. Hewitt-Reed staying on the attack there. Reed forward now with the drop shot. Pfeiffer on the wheels. He's there again. Once again middle, but this time Reed covers. And it's Uday attempts to finish on the short angle cross court. Catches the white tape on top. And it's a quick 30 love to Hewitt and Reed. 2 points away now from taking set number one. Great defense there in the replay by Gordon Reed. Ball through the middle. Big backhand there by Pfeiffer. Big forehand. Looking to do damage, set some things up. Again, Pfeiffer staying aggressive. And it's Hewitt sends one into the stands. The forehand shank. As aggressive as these guys typically swing, it's going to happen every now and again. You're just going to have a mishit. Send one really wide, but it doesn't happen often. It's those aggressive swings that have put them here. There will be no backing off. Hewitt-Reed 30-15. Pfeiffer, who's clearly decided to step up his game here at 4-5 and is hitting much bigger. Really looking to press. Brits content to stay on the racket of Pfeiffer. Now it's Reed on the soft. Pfeiffer this time, forehand in the net. Not able to get under it and roll at all that time. And now, Hewitt-Reed, 2 points to close out set number one here in the men's doubles final. Uniqlo Masters doubles final on the line. Championship on the line here between Reed and Hewitt. He goes big and gets the result. And that's how you close out a set there. Massive first serve by Alfie Hewitt. And it's Hewitt-Reed, 6-4, set number one. In a quest for their first title since 2017. Once again, a look at the conditions here on center court. We're down actually to 14 miles per hour, settling. Gusty still at 24, temperature holding at 58. So actually things settling down ever so slightly. We were at 17 miles per hour 3 miles per hour less there. I think these guys will take every mile per hour less in an attempt to have a better gauge of what's going on there on center court. What's going on is Hewitt Reed up 1-0 over Houdet and Pfeiffer. It's Hewitt Reed that went off to a 4-2 early lead in the set, only to have it erased to get to 4-all, and then 2 games in a row to close out the set. Pfeiffer, first game, second set. And it's Reed's forehand winner through the middle. The Brits will certainly look to get off to a big start here. French would be wise to match them. Getting 3 cracks up at the net, not getting a chance to really finish, not a ball he could really do damage with. Everybody settles back down. It's Hewitt and Houdet on the forehand exchange. And it's Houdet through the middle for the winner. Acknowledging, yeah, that'll do, partner. So 2 forehands through the middle to get us to 15-all here. Opening game of the second set, first by Reed, and now by Hewitt. Reed choosing to let that one go, but Hewitt not able to be in a position to pick it up. Goes line against Pfeiffer. Hewitt now. Line against Houdet. Houdet with the drop shot. Gonna be too good. Stefan Houdet showing off his delicate touch there. Breath. Takes the 50-year-old Frenchman back to his partner in a 30-15 lead. Game number 1, second set. Great angle there by Reed on the backhand, and too good. Houdet acknowledging excellence there by Reed. The shot right here. Oh, coming off the wheels. But the wheel's not coming off. And it's 30-all. And it's Hewitt rolling a quiet forehand winner off the sideline. 40-30. Hewitt Reed, as quickly as the French get out in front. The Brits respond. finds the net, and it's Hewitt Reed with the first break of the second set and a 1-love lead. Momentum continues to be squarely on their shoulders. Far from the finish line, much work to do, but a good start there. Set up 1-0 to Alfie Hewitt, Gordon Reed of Great Britain. Reed to serve. Second game of the second set. Mistimed there by Hewitt. He gets the whiff instead of any action. Peekaboo tennis there by Alfie Hewitt. 15-love. Uday Pfeiffer up a point. Out of sync there. Can't quite get himself back under control. Now, back in. Rhythm. Hewitt big down the line. Uday answers. Reed on the attack. Pfeiffer defends. Hewitt back on the attack. Big and strong. Uday not able to handle that much heat there on the forehand volley. 15 all. French up, out of position. Pfeiffer settles it, but can't find the blue part of the court. That's a 30-15 lead for Hewitt Reed there. Reed giving some instructions to a partner on where this serve is going. Reed catches enough of the net tape. Ball goes over, but redirected just slightly wide there. French breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that that was definitely heading for a winner, but instead, point to the French, 30 all. And now, once again, Hewitt forward. Doesn't get the pick off. Stays engaged, but Uday ties him up on the body. Alfie a little slow coming out of that rotation right there. Uday taking the ball so early. Gets it on top of Hewitt quickly. Hewitt can't respond. Now Uday Pfeiffer. Break chance. Execute the overhead. Ball stayed well out in front of him. Good chance. Good ability to line this one up. Good chair control, sets up, stays on the wheels just a little bit longer there to stay balanced and controlled. That's what produced quality overhead. And we go to deuce. Ball catches back of the line. Aggressive. Pfeiffer on the attack, press in action. Uday up close, taking the ball early as always. Now in a position to get offensive and have angle. Hewitt responds. And it's Reed who drives the forehand long. And it's Uday Pfeiffer. Get the point. And the advantage here, with Hewitt Reed up 1-0. Cycles in now, takes command of the net, and it's Uday with the error. Ever-present British pressure there. Hewitt choosing to back off that one ball. Right there. Lets it go, good communication. Now Reed gets on the offensive, forces the error out of the Uday racket. Quick unforced forehand error there by Alfie Hewitt gives Uday Pfeiffer another chance to break the Reed serve and get things leveled at 1. Game all here in the second, but Reed quickly erases that with a bomb up the tee. As mentioned earlier, he has had some hot streaks of serving here today in both his singles and doubles. Occasionally when he's needed it most. Hewitt. Aggressive from a difficult position there. Not much angle. Doesn't go enough line. Forehand error sends Uday Pfeiffer to another break chance here. See if Reed can come up with some service magic. Went big to the tee last time. He's got the left-hander out wide. Goes for it and gets it. Back-to-back aces from Gordon Reed on the add points for Uday Pfeiffer. And once again, it's the serve of Gordon Reed that digs the Brits out of the hole. Keeps things leveled here at deuce. Gets things back to deuce. Hot hand for Reed on the service game. And now, a little bit of a dejected Pfeiffer having been aced twice. Just rolls a backhand into the net. After fighting off a couple of break chances here, it's now the Brits with a chance to hold and go 2-love, second set. Maybe Reed tries the body this time. He does, but just goes long. Crossover and a switch from the Brits. Hewitt on the forehand now, attacking. Day with the volley. Pfeiffer big through the middle. Massive forehand by Nico Pfeiffer. Saves the French. Puts the score back to deuce. See though, Stefan Uday saying, "Ooh, brother. Appreciate the winner, but need a haircut yet today." Touch, blows it through the line. Reed defending amazingly off the monster Pfeiffer forehand, and big smiles from partner Alfie Hewitt for that remarkable shot. This Pfeiffer forehand was massive. Reed gets it back. Pfeiffer goes too big there through the angle. And now Hewitt going forward on the Reed serve. Gonna get a good look. And cleans it up nicely, and again the Brits employing that strategy at the right time, delivering. Key there, Reed the first serve, not losing the advantage. And another example of the Reed serve being a weapon here that's helping Hewitt Reed separate from the French. Now Uday serving. Love to. And a big miss there off the backhand of Nico Pfeiffer. Still maybe a little bit frustrated from not getting the results thought he deserved a couple points ago off the big forehand. And it's Reed, soft. Uday crossing, but not fast enough to get there and corral it. Reed picking the right shot at the right time, and it's quick. Love 30 on the Uday Pfeiffer service game. Uday serving love 30. Big swinging overhead by Uday. Takes it all into his hands there from serve to finish. You just sit back and let me take care of this young fella. Once again, Uday up, taking balls early, showing off hands, taking away time from Hewitt and Reed, just quickly erasing that 2-point advantage and getting things back to 30-all. Just as quickly as he helps his team out of the deficit, the error gives Hewitt and Reed a break chance here to go 3-0. Really start to put a stranglehold on this match. Up a set, 3-0 would be tough for the French. Pfeiffer wide, gives Hewitt Reed 3-love advantage here in the second. Up a set. Fully in command of this championship match, seeking their second Uniqlo Doubles Masters title. Champions here in 2017. It was Uday and Pfeiffer took home the titles in 2018, 2019. No tournament in the COVID 2020 year. And now it's Hewitt and Reed, 3 games away from the Uniqlo Doubles title. Wouldn't be surprised if Hewitt and Reed have that score indelibly imprinted on their brain there from that Tokyo match as inspiration for redemption here against the French at the year-end Masters. Hewitt, who served out the first set at 5-4, a chance now to extend the British lead to 4-love. Uday and Pfeiffer desperately needing to get on the board here. Make a game of it here in this second set. Make a match of it, for that matter. Reed gets it, but can't get it over. Odd play there. Again, all smiles from Hewitt and Reed. I think one of the things we've identified throughout the tournament is their ability to stay loose, even through some tougher times. And that looseness propels them to a quick 15-all here with the Pfeiffer return to serve error. Pfeiffer finds the sideline past Reed. It's a quick on the board there. Beautiful inside-out forehand there past Reed. And it's 15-30. There by Gordon Reed, and he gets it back to 30-all. Team Hewitt and Reed settled the score at 30s. Their attempt to go out here for love, and Uday knows that's a mistake to put that one on the racket of Reed in that location there. Pays the price. 30-all. Hewitt soft. Center of the court. Uday on the attack. Reed pressing the action. Ball back off the backhand of Pfeiffer. Another unforced error. And another opportunity for Hewitt Reed to go for love here in the second. Less than confident look there on the face of Nico Pfeiffer. A few too many errors off his racket here of late. Goes soft and shows off the talent. Expecting big off of the racket of Pfeiffer, and he indeed just cuts that forehand. Drops it short in front of Reed and a recovering Hewitt. Great read by Pfeiffer to see the formation of the Brits and execute in the right moment. Leads there. Uday cuts it off. Who now? The cycle continues for the Brits. Now it's Reed with the drop. Pfeiffer on it. Goes line, Hewitt there. Open court, cross. Uday not able to catch up. Pfeiffer putting his partner in a tough spot there. Trying to execute, given that forehand to Hewitt, who goes cross court, high percentage. No way that Uday can catch up to that one. Now it's Hewitt serving. Reed forward. Big forehand off the return by Nico Pfeiffer. One shot done. Back to deuce. Odd serve choice there by Hewitt. Give Pfeiffer as good a look as that. Thought he would have gone a little bigger there with sending Reed forward. Line, force the angle, and it's too good from Stefan Uday. Too easy there for him to just whip that forehand cross court on the short angle. No chance for Reed. And now a chance for Uday Pfeiffer to get on the board here in the second set. Choice by Hewitt to let that one go. An ever-adjusting Gordon Reed there on that ball. And timing just off there on the Uday forehand. And we go back to deuce once again. Finally some smiles from Pfeiffer there. Give his partner some encouraging words. Just wide. Pfeiffer finds the net off the backhand there. And it's Hewitt Reed. Another chance to hold here and extend to 4-0. Really put the French in a big, whopping hole. Stay steady on the first serve. Reed on the attack. Cuts it off and puts the backhand volley in the net. Had a good look there. Uday was anticipating the Reed volley and moving forward. Intercept it. No need. Hewitt. Back to deuce. Pfeiffer once again into the net. Just not accelerating enough on that forehand. Leaving it short. Giving the Brits another chance for 4-love. Only wonder how many times French can fight him off. Goes a little bigger up the tee on the serve and on the attack now on the forehand. And finds the line. Linesman confirms the call, and there it is. 4-love. Great Britain set up and in command. here in the second. Nico Pfeiffer. Hewitt sensing the opportunity right there, taking matters into his own hands. The clean forehand winner now. Pfeiffer to serve, love 4. Wonder how much fight the French have here. The Brits likely to keep the gas pedal pressed hard to the floor. There will be no backing off. And it's Pfeiffer once again who finds the net. As his game continues to just unravel ever so slightly, probably producing the difference here. When he's solid, consistent, good things happen for the French. When he's off, makes things tough. Day tries the drop, probably ill-advised at the time. Hewitt likely had a good read on that one and would have been there to jump on that drop shot. Now, love 30. We're going off speed to try to disrupt the rhythm of the Brits, but they'll stay on the attack. And there's a great example of the attack continuing. And it's 40 love, the forehand winner by Gordon Reed. Brits firing on all cylinders here. Uday once again, perhaps looking for a call that doesn't come. And it's Pfeiffer, one shot through the middle that gets the French on the board. Some laughs and some smiles. And it'll be up to the Brits to allow the French back in this. They'll stay a little loose here, way down, almost 5 love here. Gonna probably need some help from their opponents. Help provided with the big forehand long by Alfie Hewitt. 2 quick points for the French. But still a break chance for Hewitt and Reed, and 5 love. And it's quickly an unfocused Hewitt and Reed who give the 3 points back. A high 5, we go to deuce. For the moment, French deny the Brits game number 5. Pfeiffer back to soft serve. Again, I think just trying to disrupt the British rhythm. It's been so good here in the second. Brits refocused, and it's Uday with the error now. Funny thing, those 40 love leads. I haven't seen that many of them today. Closed out cleanly or even quickly at 40-15. A lot of them end up back at deuce, surprisingly. Another chance here for the Brits. Uday goes big at the Reed back. Reed fights it off and blows it. Too long. We go to deuce for the second time. Press the action. Reed settles it down. Now, Pfeiffer staying steady, gives it to Reed. Doesn't clean it up. Houdet jumps on it. Forces it right back onto the racket of Reed, who can't respond. And it's Houdet Pfeiffer now, all the way back from love 40. Have a chance to hold. Sail. Wind clearly blowing anything up in the air that way and wide. A lot of errors on that sideline. The wind continues to push everything across the side of the court. That's an errant backhand there by Nico Pfeiffer, and once again, it's Hewitt Reed with a chance for 5-0. Not this time. Off the frame of Reed on the return, we go back to deuce. Get the sense that clearly 5-0 here for Great Britain. Likely insurmountable. 4-1 feels a lot different. If the French can just claw this game out, get on the board here in the second, settle things down, could get interesting. Aggressive forehand attempt there by Hewitt, finds the net. Another chance for Houdet Pfeiffer to hold and get on the board. Maybe start to make a set of this. Still significantly at a big disadvantage, even down 4-1. Hewitt's there. Great get. Pfeiffer looking to go big and finish, but not. Now, chances. Both Frenchmen up. And the Brits can't answer with the French out of position. And it's 4-1. But that feels like a massive swing of momentum here, as the French battle back from love 40 to really steal that game, get this to 4-1. Look at the positioning of the French there. Not good. Hewitt just needing to get a ball over the net there. Continue to keep the French in a tough spot. Doesn't find it. The gap looks large there, 4-1 in the second, but games for the French here, and this thing could get tight and interesting again. Very capable of making a comeback. Brits would be wise to put forth a big effort here. Extend. the net cord doesn't go the way of the French, and it's a quick 15-love. Lead here on the Gordon Reed serve. Turn favor there. Gets us to 15 all. Reed, angled beautifully. Crazy good skill there. Get the chair whipped around. Time it just right. Look at that. Late chair prep allows Reed to create the angle in the finish. Reed serving 30-15. Through the middle. It's a volley attempt, and it's the Pfeiffer forehand that goes long, and it's now 40-15. Hewitt Reed. Right back quickly on top. Another chance to extend their lead. Regain that 4-game advantage and get out 1 game away from the match. Great serve there, creates an opportunity. And it's Pfeiffer's forehand, finds the net. And a great hold by Gordon Reed. Doing almost all the work there. And it's the Brits, Hewitt Reed, back on top by 4 games. 5 games to 1 game away from the title. And it's the forehand from Boudet. Finds the tape. Quick 15-love lead to Hewitt and Reed. Beautiful shot by Reed, no answer by Pfeiffer, absolutely gorgeous. Correction, it was Hewitt. Beautiful recognition of the open court. Takes advantage of it, no answer by Pfeiffer there. Hewitt Reed, 2 points from their second Masters title. And it's a muffed forehand volley by Pfeiffer that that gives the Brits 3 championship points. 5-1. Houdet rips the big first serve in, but defused, and it's an errant backhand by Hewitt. Here we go again on the 40 love. Wagon. As the wind picks up here on center court, some of those big 24-mile-per-hour gusts cleanly ripping through the court right now. Houdet has a second serve. Massive overhead by Alfie Hewitt, and there it is. The team of Hewitt and Reed regain the title as the best in the world. 2021 Uniqlo Wheelchair Doubles Masters men's champions Alfie Hewitt, Gordon Reed of Great Britain over Nico Pfeiffer and Stéphane Houdet of France. 6-4, 6-1, straight set victory. Title belongs to the Brits. We'll have a ceremony to award the Brits their championship trophies right here on center court as we conclude our coverage here today. A replay of match point, the short ball, just anything and everything you could ever ask for in a match point. A lob that falls just short and gives you an overhead 2 feet from the net. And a thunderous overhead by Alfie Hewitt closes it out, seals the deal.
My name is Jo Wallen, and I'm the tournament director for the Uniqlo Wheelchair Doubles Masters Men's Final. If you please join me in congratulating these amazing athletes in another incredible final. I would like to introduce on court our special guest who will be presenting our finalists with their awards. Here with us today, Mr. Kurt Bender, International Tennis Federation Wheelchair Tennis Committee member. And now for our players, put your hands together for our runners-up from France, Stéphane Houdet and Nicolas Pfeiffer. And our 2021 Uniqlo Wheelchair Doubles Masters Men's Champions Finals from Great Britain, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid. Can I ask you guys to come here for a sec? So I think you've had a slightly amazing year, Grand Slam, and now ending the year with this. And I had unfortunately for you guys, but in Tokyo, an incredible match that I had the honor of commentating on, and now I get the honor of this for you guys. But I'm just so proud of you guys, and I'm just so happy for what you've achieved this year. If you'd like to say something.
Yeah, it's been some year for us, really. Obviously Tokyo didn't go the way we wanted it to go, but I think from my side, I just want to say a massive thanks to this man. Obviously my future is undecided in the sport right now, so it's a good way to finish. I think we've shown everyone what we're capable of, and we're an unbelievable pair, and I hope to play many more Masters titles with yourself, and obviously thanks to everyone that makes this event possible. But it's been a special year, and yeah, I wouldn't have wanted it with anyone else, so cheers, mate.
Yeah, I think this match is an awesome way to top off a special year for us. If it is to be our last match together, then all I can say is thanks. Thanks to you, Alfie. It's got some amazing memories together. I think we've pushed the sport on in the double side of things as much as we possibly could, and together as a team we've improved, and we've obviously got a lot of good memories. So as you say, hopefully we'll make some more in the future, but if not, then it's been a pleasure.
Thanks, guys. One more round of applause for our champions. Please join us back tomorrow for the finals. Men's, women's, and quads finals, singles finals tomorrow.
A look at our champions, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, as they push away from the trophy table. Once again, Uniqlo Doubles Masters champions and the best doubles teams in the world. You heard some words from Hewitt and Reid. Hewitt talking about the uncertainty of his future and what a glorious way to potentially close out what's been an amazing career for the young Brit. And Gordon Reid, of course, pressing on with his career. But what a way to finish up a remarkable year. One match probably shy of a miracle year for the Brits and their hopes to be gold medalists in Tokyo, but Grand Slam champions throughout the year. Uniqlo doubles masters to end the year, and inarguably at this moment, the best doubles team in the world. A great look there at the champions. And as Joe Wallen said, tomorrow all about the singles. We'll see Hewitt in action again in the men's final against Gustavo Fernandez in pursuit of his second wheelchair tennis masters title on the singles side. Fernandez in search of his first. And in the women, it'll be Dita de Groot, world number 1, defending her title again against number 2 in the world, Yui Kamiji. And in the quad singles, it'll be the Dutch pairing of Sam Schroeder versus Niels Vink, both seeking their first ever NEC singles masters title. I'm Paul Walker, wrapping up today's coverage of the Wheelchair Tennis Masters, sponsored by NEC and Uniqlo. Thank you for joining us.